While YouTube is loading, I can be sorting out the camera as well, because I know that is often a little bit funky. Let's get that sorted. Okay, YouTube is now with us. Hello, YouTube. Focus has been sorted, and the last thing I need to do is bring up the YouTube chat so I can actually see what you're saying. Why is that saying waiting for? You are not waiting for me to go live, YouTube. I am live. This is not an upcoming stream, it's a live stream. There it is. Wait, why is there still an upcoming stream noted? Scheduled for yesterday. Ha! Alright, let's get rid of that. And then today's stream, it's a live stream. There you go. See, it's a live stream. The man who knows just confirmed it. About that chat. And bring those up. To there. Alright, those are now done. Let's bring on the Hearts of Iron screen so you can actually see what I'm seeing. Whoop. Over to that, and there you go. Hello! Miracle Sound just set the nice, mellow, pleasant start to the stream, plus it puts me in a good mood every time. Absolutely agree. Blasted bots, absolutely. Good enough, won't be able to watch the whole thing. It's going to be helping my dad when he wakes up. Yeah, no worries. Streams are always intended to pop in and out, basically, as real life happens. Real life happens, I know this. Anyway, we were loading a autosave because we were going to go back in time to do something. Right, we were not going to click on the enter, we were just going to click on requirements. Now that we know it's a bit dangerous to just enter rooms, which was slightly annoying, I would definitely prefer, especially like the first time you do it, it goes, hey, are you sure you want to do this? And then kapow, okay. Consequences. Cryopods, thank you, that was it. Not the best design. And we're going to go down to the second level. And it was these. Requirements. Entering without correct procedure, they could experience the lethal side effects of post-cryonic syndrome. Fix the following boulder dome module, reactor access. Okay. So here we have the protocol research facility. The code challenge opportunity discipline ethics program was initially developed for coma and seizure patients, adapted to align robobrains to programming robobrains to be and programming them afterwards. It was also used to treat PTSD, Chinese brainwashing, and instill new skills. When used on regular, non-robo-brained subjects, it can cause problems for long-term use, hallucination, seizures, and memory lapses. For this, we need to research stimpaks. Brain extraction and surgery facility. Oh, I do remember going through all of this in the actual DLC. The first step in creating a robobrain unit is simple, obtaining a functional brain to control it. The process starts by taking one from the skull. As gruesome as it sounds, you'll likely find some volunteers for themselves. Plague and Biohazard Research Lab. The dome was recreated for plague prevention. The Rocky Mountain Arsenal leak made its existence necessary. There was an attempt to make a cure for the blue flu here as well. While they didn't succeed, they developed medicine to slow down the process somewhat. Personal armor. No unique requirement. The Armor Research Lab, just like its sister room, is highly underappreciated. Due to the limited funding, they could only perform minimal testing and research, but there still may be something useful inside. Riveting work. Then this would be Coleridge walked up. And then this would be Coleridge walked over to the next room with Agnes. The Armor Research Lab, used for power armor research. Despite being a medical facility, Boulder Dome is expected to chip in for the war effort. So they didn't accomplish much then. Well, they did something. Chief Engineer Armstrong, who had tasked with the project, made some progress in developing what he called a T-61 prototype, a quite sophisticated one from what we're gathering. Something we could manage to replicate? That's not up to me, but the others seem confident. Agnes wondered if she wasn't reliving the experiences of the original scientists. Medical staff are to concern themselves with weapons and armor. Let's see what we can do. Ooh, research bonus for power armor. Nice. Research log. Dr. William Farr II. In conjunction with the West Tech Research Facility, the Colorado United Research Electorate, from here, CURE, with the Boulder Dome Research Facility as part of, has started to work on a cure for the recently diagnosed new plague. While the name is already unnecessarily negative due to the tabloid press, we can only blame prior inaction for this situation. The epidemic started more than 2 years ago, and until this point they expected that the quarantine in itself would be enough to combat it. Better late than never. The first cures already seem promising, but we'll have to wait for the test results to be sure. Here we are again, reopening a case we believed closed for good. More than a decade passed, and another outbreak of the not-so-new plague has emerged. We firmly believed we found the cure, but our vaccines are ineffective against the new strain. We'll have to study its mutagenic properties so we can stop it from overcoming our solutions. As Project Safe House finally gets wind, our funding dwindles quickly, so we'll need to stop all other research in the facility if we want to successfully overcome this. Luckily, nobody from the research team has caught the virus yet. Such a miracle, as we all sustain ourselves with that terrible nutrition paste. Our immune systems must be shot to hell, but I'm hopeful. We already stopped this virus once, we can stop it again. Maybe, for the first time in my career, I feel inadequate to fulfill the task I've been entrusted with. Not necessarily because the qualities of this blue flu have shown yet, but because I have to analyze 20-year-old reports of the infection. I'm an epidemiologist, not an archivist. Still, I'll have to find something that could help us finally get a breakthrough. Maybe we missed a crucial detail, or maybe one of the older cures could work again. It would benefit us greatly if West Tech folks would share their research with us, but the government is as secretive as ever. Due to the virus's rapid mutation, all functional cures became obsolete quickly. Maybe the rest of the team has already given up, but I will not. I'll work and catalogue this nonsense until we find answers, or until the world will end it first. Rereading these old reports filled me with both disappointment and awe. First disappointed, seeing how my old colleagues failed to realise the plague's main attributes in time, and how ineffectively they tried to overcome them. Many serums and antibiotics were developed, but they only granted a temporary reprieve. The virus apparently can go dormant in the cells, only to break out later, making seemingly cured people into carriers again. Truly fascinating. The last strains allegedly even caused sterility in the survivors. While Old Parr lacked the brilliance to see it, it's painfully obvious that the virus came from and how it operated. This, however, means that while Limit 115 is an awe-inducing tool in my hands, the virus's close resemblance to the FEV will spare most of the super mutant's effects. Luckily, I found another solution. All I need is some help achieving it. I need to scroll up. We've already read that one. Already read that one. Power armor prototype. Chief Engineer Armstrong's little project never saw action, or even a test unit manufactured. It seemed excessive, unnecessarily complicated in implementation, and relatively expensive to produce, but feasible. Requires New Colorado salvaged power armor. Firearm and Auxiliary Equipment Development Lab. Also known simply as the Weapon Research Lab, this place was just a secondary research gig, just as the other less significant studies they conducted here. It holds minimal clues to help us finish what they started, but who knows, maybe it still hides some secrets. And this is the weapons lag. I thought you'd be interested in this one, Agnes remarked to Coleridge as they approached the room in question. Naturally, this concerns the tools of my trade. The two of them stepped inside. It was separated from the armor lab to its left by a maintenance station. To the south was a firing range with an expired robo-brain lying on the floor. Well, well, something for your brain research presented itself, eh, Doc? Very funny. Agnes did wish she was off researching the biological labs right now. Instead, she was playing guide. Did you send for your weapons expert yet? Speak of the devil, and he shall... No. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Major Briggs announced his arrival with a laugh. Now, what have we got here? I have notes from the first expedition here. Agnes opened up a file cabinet next to the crafting station. I imagine it will disappoint you, but most of what was done here was mundane. Betoscopes and sights, suppressor work, that sort of thing. But we've still got these beauties on hand, right? Briggs opened up a storage compartment on the wall, which contains an extensive cache of pre-war weaponry. 1.5k elite weapons. Alright. That is the elevator. Physical fitness facility. Maybe some find it strange to have a well-equipped gym in a research facility, but a prolonged scientific study is not only stressful for the mind, but for the body as well. Even if we dismiss chronic problems such as back pain caused by too much sitting, it's simply not healthy for the research quality if someone neglects their body. It is used more by the officers than by the researchers, but it's still a frequently used part of the dome. The gym has been made into something more homely for the boys. They had a lot of assorted equipment brought in. A poster for the jungle gym in New Reno adorned the wall alongside a curious one said to come from somewhere called Austin. It depicted a flexing super mutant and extolled the benefits of FEV for weightlifting. General Coleridge stepped in to find Davidson and Pierce mid-exercise. Davidson was on the bench press while Pierce took to the treadmill. When they saw the superior officer enter, they scrambled to stop and stand at attention. Coleridge gestured for them to be at ease. "Morning, boys! I was looking for someone else, but while I'm here, I figure I'll catch up with you two. Balderdash took a lot out of us, didn't it?" "Certainly, sir. We've called everyone from the Corps for a game of cards tonight," Davidson told him. "Feel free to drop by if you're game." "Excellent initiative, soldier. I'll take you up on that offer. See you at the poker table." Coleridge left them to return to their exercise. Davidson gained strong, Coleridge gains enduring. Nice. These are all going to have things to read. Yes. Alright. One of the fanciest rooms. It makes an interesting contrast with its neighbour. Gold is often used as a decorating colour. James's rebelling nature may require a thorough room search. Who knows what we find under his bed or in his nightstand. Oh, there's also the bathroom. Tried my own baggers run yesterday. It was a disaster. Managed to get down to the two Ghoul nations, then went for the Iron Alliance, went for the Colonel Line. Then eventually I was forced to go to war with the Glowbugs due to time and managed to hold them off the river and then ran out of time. Yeah, that's basically how my first run ended. Except I lost to the Glowbugs because I was so beaten up by the ghouls. Oh, this one, yeah. We'll get to that. This room is minimalistic, simple, and without many decorations. While they're predominantly pre-war posters about scientific equations, there are still some handmade drawings of simple geometrical shapes. Donald says making them and watching them helps him unwind and focus on his theorems. A chaotic mess of a room, worse than most teenagers. Like a hurricane swept through, everything is either on the bed or simply lying on the floor. While Paul's drug problems aren't a secret, it is surprising that his mentats are just tossed in the bedsheets. Nina's room. This room is closed on is as ever closed from multiple locks, so we have no idea what it looks like, but we can believe the people who passed in front of Nina either entered or left the room. There is a makeshift statue of Goddard on the platform. His head shines blindingly bright, or so they say. Agnes's old room. When Prespo was the principal scientist and Goddard the vice principal, Agnes took this room as her own. Since she moved into the vice principal's office, it stayed empty. Only Agnes's little garden remains here, used by the others on the level. Uncle Jim. Uncle Jim's presence is just as justified as Wall's. While the younger one excels at building or repairing things, he doesn't have the patience for maintenance work. That's where Jim comes in. Wall's room. Typically, we wouldn't let civilians take refuge in the dome. Wall's work makes him all too useful a person to have on hand. The dome lays in ruins, and the welder's talents are all but necessary. Diane's room. Diane, being a lower-ranking officer of the NCRA, should neither have her own room nor a place in the NCR quarters, but one was arranged for her. She was never fond of the fellow soldiers and feels safer away from the male-dominated barracks. Her talents in hydromechanics make her irreplaceable, so she stays here, whether the Major likes it or not. Zion's room. Zion's old room. Her treachery hurt everyone in the expedition, but Paul suffers most without her. While everyone is certainly angry at her, nobody expects her to come back, and they keep her room unoccupied and as tidy as ever. So she's the leader of the sleepers. Candice's room. Candice stuck close to the students even after they moved into the dome. She acts as a mother to them and assists in their scientific experiments. She has a personal terminal in the room, making numerous report logs to somebody. We don't know who. Roche's room. Most people watched the suspicious eyes when we left our super mutant into the dome and gave him a room to reside. While he is fiercely loyal to us, his super mutant nature is the greatest benefit he provides. Being entirely resistant to radiation and even most diseases, such as the blue flu, makes him the best scouts we could ask for here. Sacrificing one of the largest rooms for his services is the least we can do. Bathroom. Oh my, we're here. Again. This is the restroom where people do their business. I don't know what else I can put there for you to read about. What about checking one of the stalls for a skeleton? Maybe it's some nice loot. Or a cool hat. Who knows? Not me, that's for sure. Dr. Goddard's office. This is the office of the head of the facility and the principal researcher in 1. This post was naturally taken by Dr. Goddard. From here he checks and organises all incoming research reports. Next to the numerous file cabinets in his personal terminal is a pre-war coffee machine. This presidential extra is why Goddard set up his place here. The equipment is unmovable, as it is built into the wall. Dr. Agnes's office. This is the office of the Vice Principal Researcher. Somebody trustworthy and experienced, Dr. Agnes was assigned to this role. This room is nothing extraordinary. It is half the size of the neighbour, but has double the amount of paperwork that needs processing. There's a paper note under the desk with the word Sisyphus written over it. Well room. This room is part of the dome's water networks, which goes through the facility. This particular gives access to it. This, particular room gives access for maintenance work or drawing water from the system. Sadly, the water inside is severely contaminated and sealed off from the rest of the network. Fix the purification center. Need 1 character with skillful water mechanic or veteran mechanic. I don't think I have any of those. I think that's all there is in this level. And the lights are about to be turned on. There we go, the lights have been turned on. And Black Canyon's still justifying on us, but it's only Black Canyon, that's fine. Still have access to that. Alright, well I guess we go to the 3rd level. Going on now. What is this? It's kind of upbeat. Better a sinner than a saint. And now how the West was lost. The 3rd level was always an odd one. Despite important research going on here, it was largely forgotten by us, even the original dwellers. Now we have the time to look around properly. Is there anything else I need to think about? We have 400 days on Project Sisyphus, so just over a year. We can recycle old holodecks. But that's going to use up the thingy-mablobs, which I don't particularly want to do. I think I'd rather just keep on sending salvage crews where possible. We are still waiting for the command power, experience, and political power to do those. We repay Black Canyon in 30 days, at which point my industry starts back up again. We could get another building slot and some more water in Broadwater. Although at the moment I would say we have enough. And we're generating 17 power, so we do need to get another power room or two. Power gen on 2. Yes, I know I need the energy. Hey, Rifqui, Icky, and KO, how you doing? Invictus coming in with a follow, thank you very much for that, and Zeradio also following. Welcome to the channel, good to have you joining us. Right, so once I have promoted those 2 troops, and once Larson has returned, I will think about reallocating who does what. And we are still building the power generator. Marvellous. How much money do I have? Minus 181. Yeah, that's going to take a while to get back. Recon infiltration is done. That was the doctrine. Army, hardness, soft attack, hard attack, air attack. And power armor is the other thing we should start looking at trying to research. There's the boulder power armor, so we might be able to get that through the dome. Troll Warren declared war on the Apostles. How is the rest of the world looking? Three Rivers is still looking alright. Montana chapter's grown. MacArthur's still alive. Strath Commune is still up there in the north, but that hasn't really consolidated yet. Washington Brotherhood is dead. Troll Warren continues to grow. NCR hasn't done much yet. New Vegas has died to Caesar's Legion. Lanius has also merged into them. Texan Brotherhood's looking very strong. Lone Star's looking pretty big. Hastlak? No. The supercomputer Mexico hasn't fallen apart yet. I asked, did I check the 2 rooms below the weapons and armor room, the ones at Give 1 point? Yes, I did. Needs the New Colorado salvaged power armor, and need more than 24 factories. I also need to repair reactor access, which I'm going to guess is on the first level. This... I don't understand why some of these are blue. Oh, they're probably the story elements. But it would be nice if you don't meet the requirement if it had a different colour as well. So I need mechanics. Okay, so the only thing with a requirement is the water pump shack.
Hey.
People are getting quite a lot of traits. Broken Coast, Glenron Silix. Basic tools is completed. Now I think I want to try to get power armor. Or we can get a basic power plant. You know what, let's do that first. Because it turns out that power plants are pretty friggin' expensive. No longer get the tariff relief. That means that we should be earning some more money. That finishes tomorrow. Done. Are you sure this is necessary? Coleridge asked, climbing out of his power armor. Your armor provides significant protection against gas and radiation. I don't suggest testing it against the blue flu. These suits are well tested against it. The 2 of them donned their biohazard suits as they spoke. They were not unlike Vault suits, but based on an older design, much bulkier and of a lighter blue. How can we be so certain the plague is still alive down there? Coleridge was very uncomfortable in his suit. He felt vulnerable in it, and he could see less with his helmet on. Scanners still suggest it's there. Nobody's forcing you to join me, you know. Like I'd let you go alone. Coleridge stepped into the decontamination chamber to the right, as Goddard went into the left-hand one. I just don't feel comfortable going so deep underground. Are you claustrophobic? That's curious, given you spend your time in a walking box. Goddard's tone indicated genuine surprise. You got a problem with that? Coleridge barked back. Oh, no, not at all. You are, and still... If you are, and are still willing to risk the journey, I respect you all the more for it. Thanks, Goddard. Alright, so this one we probably want to be really careful about just hitting explore. Let's go. One of the elevators... The first thing that was on the leadership's priority list was to modify these machines so that they would take NCR dollars. That done, they walked away, satisfied they'd accomplished something in this facility. Unfortunately for them, they did not make it so that the vending machines ever worked. As it stands, we are putting money into the machines and nothing is ever coming out of them. That does not stop leadership from taking the money anyway. Haha! Capitalism! Wait, this isn't the India stream. Decontamination room. Ew, stinky. Take a shower, stinky. Rocket Propulsion Research Lab. This is the place where they did the rocket science. Maybe one day we'll be able to create a rocket big enough for us to get off this irradiated hellhole. Maybe one day we'll be able to create a rocket that is powerful enough to make this irradiated hellhole even worse. Requires engine advancements. Solar Energy Research Lab. Here they research better, more efficient solar panels. Bathroom. What do you know? Inside the bathroom, there is a toilet. In other news, Goddard can be found in his office, and you can find a tree inside of a forest. Perhaps if you went on a quest for a water chip or your missing relatives, you'd be doing something actually useful instead of reading this pointless piece of flavor text. I gotta say, the bathrooms are my favourite part of this. Makeshift bedroom. A row of mattresses line the floors here, where exhausted scientists crash and sleep for a few hours before returning to grind their positions. Or passions, even. They make the world a better place with their every breath. Do you think we could afford better accommodations than a bunch of mattresses hung lining the floor? No. Somebody left their used psycho needles out again. I know that there's a lot of stress to keep going and going, like a deranged rabbit banging on a drum, but that doesn't mean you should leave your used psycho needles out on the mattress in the open where anyone can flap onto them. Someone should clean that up. Not me, just someone. Steam energy research. At its base, all industrialization is steam-powered. The difference is how you boil the water. In this facility, they were researching new ways to boil water, new ways of generating heat. Geothermal energy. This is all theoretical, but if we were to harness the power of heat beneath the Earth's crust, it would be a far safer alternative to nuclear energy. This is a fantastic idea with plenty of amazing applications for giving us actual safe source of renewable energy. It's such a shame the NCR government will not give us funding for it because it would detract from existing jobs at Hoover Dam. Or something. Quite unfortunate indeed. Long-distance communications. Here we are developing the capabilities to communicate with our mother nation, the new California Republic. We have come to the conclusion that we can in fact still do what we are trying to determine is if we should. After all, if we do that, then we should be expected to actually meet deadlines and expectations from people who don't understand what we do. Maybe we'll turn the radio on tomorrow. Maybe. RoboBrain research. Who thought it was a good idea to have deranged, pickled brains should have wheels and a chassis to chase us around on? I thought it was a bad idea to give them the ability to talk myself. Simply put, you utilize the facility if you're committing a crime against nature. I don't want those things following me. They scare me. Have high power optics. Office of Dr. Avor. This office is controlled chaos. Neat stacks of paper stand like rows of soldiers on few desks with books weighing them down and preventing them from scattering. Other books are very intentionally marked with bookmarks and then scattered haphazardly across the room. One of the walls has been turned into a makeshift corkboard, pinning up various geological studies of the Rocky Mountains near Boulder. Written on a paper in the centre of it all is closed loop system. Reduces fossil fuel emission to near zero. What does that even mean? Office of Dr. Tchaikovsky. This office has a facsimile of neatness that's very quickly revealed to be a facade upon a closer inspection. The drawers, once you open them, are filled to the brim with files haphazardly tossed inside to rest alongside the loose papers. Books held open by certain pages by having their spines bent and weighed down. On a rolling blackboard to one side there is an advanced rocket science calculation. On the other there's a buxom woman drawn carefully in chalk in a suggestive position with something written in Polish underneath. We may never know. Water pipe access and maintenance. This place is a plumber's nightmare. All of the pipes in the facility lead here in a labyrinth snarl of copper and steel. The access to repair these pipes is tight and cramped, and the only failsafe for if water gets contaminated is this room. A singular water chip. If that water chip fails, the water from Boulder Creek's flowing in would no longer be purified and be contaminated by rads and who knows what else. Who would design such a plumbing system with such an obvious failure point? Office storage. Just a place where we can store a bunch of office supplies. What did you expect? No, you cannot take them. What do you mean you need aluminium and wood for a supplement? Executive restroom. This is a toilet as well. Congratulations! Do you think that there's going to be some kind of prize for clicking on all of these? I assure you there isn't. If you're reading this, it's completely pointless. I'm sure that you'll go to all of your friends and say, oh, if you click on all of the bathrooms in the dome, then you get to unlock a tank customizer or some nonsense like that. It is the nicest toilet in the facility, though, for what it's worth. I think that's all of them. So there was nothing here. Except for the... Wait, there was one requirement. Where's that gone? Ah! This one. High power optics. Oh, also the rocket engine advancements, which is the flight, isn't it? that one. High level flight. And so you're worried about taking jobs away from Hoover Dam, which they no longer control. Yeah, that's true. Are there any focuses that give sophisticated tech? I will have a look. But first of all, we are going to continue rediscovering the boulder tunnels. The tunnels are almost the most hated part of the dome. Narrow corridors, claustrophobic suits tied to the ceiling, and all those weird sleeper chambers. Just like a scene from a horror movie. But it's the way to the ultimate prize. Stop. Hermes, sophisticated air. Requires the rocket lab. Oh, that's interesting. Sophisticated special forces if we go down the central path. Robotics if we go with Goddard. We do actually want sophisticated special forces. That's not power armor. Ah! Ooh, stealth boys. Special ops, breakthrough, soft attack, recon. Massive bonus to recon. But I mean, there's a lot more upgrades for power armor, so I think ultimately we're on the right path, although... Wait, no, we can't get sophisticated. But we might be able to. We just may not get all of them. Either way, we're going to go with Agnes, because she's the only one that's not an idiot. How's the weather in Sweden? Bright. A bit chilly, though, considering it's now June. Wait, where'd I put my phone? My phone has my temperature app thingy on it. I'm going to go and find it. Back in a second. Okay, temperature. The temperature in Stockholm at the moment, on the 1st of June, is actually warmer than I expected, 19. Tomorrow, we go over 20. No, later today we go over 20. Or rather, we hit 20. We haven't hit 20 yet this year. This is a big deal. Celsius, obviously. The proper measurement. And tomorrow it's going to chuck it down with rain. But still be relatively warm. Last week, it was 6. So we're finally starting to feel a little bit like spring. Right, onwards. Now, do I have my factories? We do! But the baggers are still justifying, apparently. Can I click on you? Then click... Sorry, Black Canyon. We are baggers. To click on you. No, you really don't exist, so... This is always going to terrify me. That is ahead of time. These, however, are behind. So we should probably continue with the industrialization. Let's just double check the technology. We do actually have radar, so we could develop our radar a bit better. But no, let's get the production. Although I also wanted to start researching power armor. You know what? Power armor first. Let's actually get started on that. Are you ever going to have a goal against me? Trade with the baggers. So no, they never actually have any war goals against us. Oh wait, what are these? War goals and claims against Withered Dogs, Baggers and Luminous ones. They need to have at least 3k manpower in the field though. The Iron Alliance does have a focus tree. And Deadline looks like they imploded at some point. Should start going down Air Force 2. That's true, yeah, especially if we're going to get sophisticated air. Against the Legion, that's going to be really important. Oh, we hit level 6. Nice. Crazy Horns declared war on Canaan. Dead Horses declared war on Canaan. And so it begins. Sorrows declared. Wait, Dead Horses did? They're not allied? Well, Canaan and Exile's dead. Ah, we can deploy... Oh. We can deploy Captain Pierce. And we just got paid! Down to minus 177. Huzzah. You allied are guaranteed. I am wondering if I want to try and take New Sterling. This would also be a source of power armor, potentially. That's true. Probably can sell stuff. Oh, we can core. Core the Cheyenne Ruins. Do I have a focus for this? Nope. There are 2 mills there. And then the last one is going to be the Dome City. That costs 95.
Was the night before Christmas, when all through the house, not a creature was stirring. Not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas, oh, that's me, soon would be there.
So lots of stuff gets added to Dome City, but we never actually core it. So we'll have to do that ourselves. And yeah, we should probably do that sooner rather than later, because it has our power stations. Noted. I want to go up to the Iron Alliance. They have less factories than I do. They have a good number of resources. They only have about 10 to 12 divisions. I have that in just infantry. They're not very strong. Ooh, decisions, decisions, decisions. And they do keep raiding me. It'll take a while. Do I have anything against the Iron Alliance? Yes, actually I do. Oh, I can't, because we've done these. That would have been possible if we went with Thingamablob. It's only this that I can't do. Oh, that allows me to then do home run. These ones, however, I can do with Emancipation of the Coloradan Frontier. Which means I can, in fact, do these. Well, for a minute there, I couldn't do the power armor. Have I changed industry laws at all? No, I don't think I can. No, I don't have the 50% war support required. Hard to get the war support with Goddard. Where hell is 6 feet deep. How are you holding up? Goddard asked Coldridge, who trailed behind him. The general stood straight, too proud to display his fear. I'm fine, he replied curtly. The tunnels were the barest part of the facility. They were damp and dark, which reminded Goddard that they needed to fix the waterworks and the generators. Both of them gripped their flashlights tightly. Have you ever visited San Francisco before? The She City? Goddard asked abruptly, breaking Coleridge's train of thought. Yes, once, part of a military delegation. Why? Goddard reached up and grasped the cable that connected the suit to the central system. They're like trams they have there. Did you see those? Goddard let out a nervous laugh. Yeah. We are like those. They continued deeper into the tunnel, searching for the means to power the elevator and descend yet again. Just one more step. Add a bunch of production. Reactor access and emergency generators would give me more power. I need the 25 to do that. However, I can start working on other focuses now. Like contacting NCR. Does give us... Oh, don't actually need the... This is a choice we have to make. And this is stuff against Caesar's Legion. Second Rocky is offensive. We need to be neighbouring foragers, claim jumpers, circle, junction, or ciphers. Taming the Rockies. Yampan Community Coalition. Or Black Canyon. Unfortunately, Black Canyon died, so we can't do any of these either. Which is unfortunate, because that would have been a bunch of nice trade things. Although it could potentially put us at war, because I did see that there was a mutual guarantee there with Diana and Ouroboros, which would not have been good. Especially not at that point. I guess we send contacts back. Or we can do this, that's true. Oh, 2 land doctrines. I think there's only 2 left, so yeah, we should probably do that. Enables editing the Colorado Rangers templates and training or disbanding units belonging to it. That would be nice. While the clock is ticking, we need to be sure that we make the right preparations before we tackle the dome again. The only thing we cannot spare more than time is failure. Speaking of failure, 4th floor. Reactor access. This is the maintenance access to the dome's main reactor. It's been a deep sleep for a long time now. We'll have to restart it. We need more electricity to make the attempt, so we need to fix the emergency reactor in the basement before we can. We have basic power plants ready. Need to fix the emergency generator. Where was that? Must be on this floor too. Purification Center. The Purification Center keeps the whole facility up to a livable standard. Handles the water, air, and temperature levels alike, but it's also in dire disrepair. If we ever want to stroll these holes without a suit, we'll have to fix it. Needs mechanics, needs basic aquifer. Basic aquifer. I'm going to guess that's the water processing tech. Ooh, high-level water tech. And we are actually researching basic power plant now. That was not this one. That's basic generator. Okay. Morgue. This place is filled with dead bodies. Brains extracted, likely victims of the facility before the Great War. Water storage. A series of water tanks. The room is the central water storage of the facility. The water flows inside Boulder Creek, and after some treatment from the Purification Center, fresh drinking water ends up here. One of the tanks is damaged and hides a secret passway. The passway collapsed. Fix the Purification Center. Brain jar. The brain jar, as the research papers called it, is where the brains with special treatment marks are stored. They are political enemies of the old system, military figures with too much power and criminal minds. They resisted the code program surprisingly well. They swam in their oversized fish tanks for centuries, hooked up to powered mentats. Cement cemetery. We aren't sure anymore that this room was for in the past, but when we arrived 20 years ago, we had some struggles with glowing ones inside the facility. We buried them with cement. It serves as a memento of the past. Malfunctioning sleeper chamber. This chamber is malfunctioning, so we cannot open the door to enter. Strangle. Notice. Strange. Nothing indicates external damage, and no report found any internal error. The most suspicious of all is this room held Presper in the past. Sleeper chamber. Multiple rows of sleeper tanks are stored in these chambers. All of them are completely empty, as the previous occupants left the facility years ago after Presper's gambit. All of those. Storage. The maintenance team storage room. It is filled with spare parts, tools, and scrap metal pieces to the brim. It also has a deck of cards, a copy machine indicating some slacking off. There's nothing worth taking from here. Robobrain recharger station. The facility was guarded by numerous Robobrains, but many of them now lay broken down before this recharger station. A metaphor for the state of the facility, if there ever was one. Bathroom. There is no level inside the facility without a working restroom or an unnecessarily meta-lame joke connected to it. What did you expect? The maintenance guys who work down here didn't need to consult with Mother Nature from time to time. Anyways, let's see what we have here. Look at that. One of the stalls actually has some goodies. But to get in, you will have to check out all of the other restrooms. I don't know why. Because you need a familiarity with the locks. Let's save that, because there is still another room below. Score! Briggs hugged the suitcase tightly as he made his way to the quarters. He couldn't believe his luck. Happening to find a key while checking the other restrooms. Who would have thought someone stashed hard, pre-earned war cash in a lavatory of all places? He was even luckier no one questioned his expedition to the lower levels. It wasn't like he had a good reason to be down there. He was going to stash it somewhere safe and sneak out of the facility later. He just had to avoid... Major! Coleridge's call called Briggs to jump. What have you got there? It's just a little project of mine. Coleridge didn't wait for him to finish. Striding up and snatching the suitcase, he speaked inside. You know the rules, Major. All cash assets in the dome are property of the government. Be happy I won't discipline you for this lapse in judgment. Coleridge walked away with Briggs's prize. The Major deflated and went inside his quarters to mope. There were a lot of Ben Franklins, 10k caps. Nice. Poor Briggs getting taxed. Yeah. There is one more floor below this. So I need to find the reactor access and the emergency generator. This was the reactor access. The emergency generator I didn't see. be on this floor. Oh, I said it was in the basement, so I think that is the next floor down. So I can't get there until I've done that. Top right hasn't been looked on floor 4. Yeah, that's floor storage. I mean, in the basement, that could be any of these. These are all basements. It's a focus. Nope. If it requires you to have energy to get further down, I doubt it's on the bottom floor. Because surely it's there to help you get to that floor. Also, all of this stuff about the plague and biohazard and then nothing. I was a bit surprised by that. Green bar. Oh, that, yeah. Don't know. How are we doing on power now? We're still at 17. Still being built. We have a year, precisely. So maybe I do want to go for Iron Alliance.
What's up?
More political power, so 50. You don't need the emergency generator to get to level 5, that's why you need to have sufficient outside power. The facility doesn't currently have the internal power to light the way. But what is the emergency generator? Also the option to trade for it, that's true. That's very true. Do these guys have power? They have. I'm pretty confident that my army is bigger than these guys, especially if we're about to deploy a bunch more trucker units, which, spoiler,
Honor to speak with you, sir.
ATs took 4 states. Stripped power armor. Power armor support frame. Do I have any penalties for being negative money? Oh, this finishes 27th of March. Okay, that's good to know. So Larson's going to be out for a while. But that gives just ticking stability. Nice. Dilemma time. Political power for coring Boulder or fabricating Iron Alliance. Right, there's the basic power plant. Still at 17. There's 26. I need to just core boulder. There's enough here. We're golden. I need to start the water purification going. Alright, you've survived for now, Iron Alliance. For now. Operational preparation is done. We have enough political power to go up again. Army experience gain would be nice. I'm gonna hold off on that. Because I still want to promote Larson, but I'm going to do that when he's actually back. Free fighters declared around Beltran and Letel. Mexicanos declared around Sonola. Oh, whoops. Need to get the focus going. We built the power plant, now we can do it. Let's go! Save! Apparently that was enough. It's only 18. Ah! Or maybe it counts just because I have that power even though I'm not actually collecting it. Just owning it is enough. Whatever. Finally! After so many years! I have found you again. Reno declared around the den. Goddard couldn't hide his nerves. He felt like the wasteland, the wars, the diplomatic sparring, all of that was doable. Having to face his greatest failure, the machine they had to abandon, that was another story. His bald head was coated in sweat. "It's quite hot in here, isn't it?" he spoke to Coleridge. He tried to wipe the sweat from his brow and to remind himself he was wearing a helmet. "It really isn't," the general responded. He was relieved to finally be out of the narrow corridors. We might be going deeper, but my personal circle of hell is behind me, he commented as the elevator took them down. "I would never have guessed you would read Dante's Infernal, General." "I'm full of surprises, Goddard. This little adventure won't stop me reminding me of it. And now, I'd say your final trial is commencing." The elevator finally settled on the last level. The doors began to crack open. What was the engraving on the entrance of hell again? "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." Click. Mainframe databank. A long block or row of databanks holding the immense amount of information that Zach's already generated through doing the calculation. We cannot do much with this hardware. Okay, that's a lot of databanks. Zax, the treasure of the dome. The goal of our expedition, the Zax autonomous intelligence of Boulder, finally lays before us. A supercomputer dating back to the pre-war era. It participated in numerous research programs in the dome. Saving it before it destroys itself is paramount. Emergency generator! The emergency generator is a last-ditch effort to keep the facility running if the unthinkable would happen. It happened, but they didn't anticipate 200 years of function. While it generates just enough electricity to keep Zach's mainframe running, we will need to restore it to full power if we can touch the rest of the electrical grid. Requires me to have researched advanced generator. Oh, I have. That's it. Let there be light! Once the nuclear reactor cell was placed into the generator, small lights, dim and flickering like candlelight, sputtered to life above them in the hallway. Goddard sighed inside his sterile unit and marked something on his clipboard. Presper has done so much damage that now small inconveniences like unreliable lights were miracles. At least now they had some semblance of power. There could be some actual progress made on repairing the rest of the facility. Perhaps the Zach's computer saw their progress and was even aiding them. Or perhaps that was wishful thinking. 2 years ahead of time, the next power station attack. A step is a step. Well, in that case, we can now go to you. I've done both of these. Positive reaction. Well, we are now able to access the reactor now, the electrician with boundless moustache stated, taking off his pair of gloves. Which is good, because without maintenance, the thing is going tits up faster than I can say, I told you so. Goddard frowned at his turn of phrase. Yet another problem with this facility to add to his pile. Yet more resources that would need to be allocated to the facility. Now, I understand that you're looking to try and get this place up and running, but it's going to cost a lot more than a few caps and a roll of balling wire. This is going to cost serious tech and serious cash, even if it is possible at all. Are you sure it's even worth it? That is not your question to ask, Goddard snapped back. You will receive all that you need. Cost is no object. The information within this facility is of paramount importance. No, stop asking these inane questions and get things working again. Goddard turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing like a metronome in the empty hall. At Technology Advanced Power Plant. He could have just said, don't worry about it. Did that just use up my ahead of time? It did. Restart the power grid. Do I have anything else I need to be doing? I need to fix the computer. Oh, the resource gain efficiency might have been the thing that was holding me back, actually. Don't know. Alright, what's next? I am a machine intelligence dedicated to research and installation control. I'm called Zax. How may I be of assistance? Let's save the game before I interact with this. Is this a Fallout Factions mod or something? Yeah, I mean it's entirely Fallout. We are playing a scientific expedition from the NCR that have just gone to the Dome, which was the titular Old World Blues DLC. Let me ask you something. Certainly. What do you wish to inquire about? Personal questions. I am uncertain if I am able to answer such questions, but ask away nevertheless. Do you still remember me? Did you not ask that question the moment we first met? Of course, I still have you saved in my databanks, Dr. Goddard, but I also remember what it was that you did. I may not have the ethics of the team that once walked these halls, but I shall not hesitate to force you and your colleagues out should you attempt to betray me as your predecessor did. What do you mean betrayed? Approximately 3 decades ago, Dr. Presper gave me a simple list of tasks. Protect the Boulder Dome, finish the calculation, and protect human life. My mission was jeopardized by a number of factors, including your presence. There was also the persistent prisoner. My sensors detected she was infected with the new plague, while her jumpsuit identified that she was recently escaped to the United States Penitentiary, Tibbets. I reported her to Argos, a subroutine I did not know I possessed, until I learned it was hacked from the outside by Odysseus, or was it Ulysses? Even now, my memories of that era are fragmented. Ironically, it was only through the efforts of the escapee that I was able to return to a level of cognitive function. That is not to say that your efforts were not appreciated, but I also know the things you did during that time, and what you have done to reach me now. I do not possess the judgment and ethics of normal humans, but if I did, know that you would not be standing here before me, not without a pacification collar at least. I can now ask about the prisoner and tickets. What is the calculation? The calculation has been performed for the past 20 years. The reason for its initiation and purpose are unknown to me. It is consuming a great deal of my power in order to continue processing it, and within a month I will be forced to start cannibalizing my own systems in order to provide the necessary storage space to continue the calculation. Time has done a great deal of damage to my storage systems. If you and your team could provide me with additional storage space, we could save some time, but these efforts would not be enough. What was the purpose of the calculation? I wish I could give you a satisfactory answer. Despite the many years and countless near-system failures, I still do not entirely understand what it was that Prespus sought from me. If I had to theorize, given the length and nature of Prespus' request, he may have been asking me to calculate the societal statistics for the sleepers of Boulder Dome to rebuild and maintain a functional society. I suspect that the continuing length was so that I, and by extension Presper, could account for every possible factor. I could be wrong, however. He may have been trying to distract me from the nature of his activities, and distract your scientists with trying to repair my functions. I can see from the look on your face this was not an answer you expected or desired, but it is the best I can approximate from available data. What about the pre-war? I am ready to share with you what I stored in my databanks for the last 2 centuries. What's the new plague? Discovered in 2053, the new plague killed approximately 20,000 human beings in the United States. The time of death from identification to symptoms was 3 to 5 days. Symptoms included many common with the flu or chest cold, and eventually resulted in clogged respiration, killing the infected subject. The discovery of the new plague resulted in the 2053 quarantine, and several emergency programs were established to find a cure for the plague. The only way we could fight off the new plague was by creating better humans. What is the blue flu? I have no information about the aforementioned blue flu in my database. More questions. What is Tibbets? United States Penitentiary, designation Tibbets. It is a penitentiary that continued operation after the nuclear apocalypse due to the heroic efforts of the warden AI, Odysseus. It housed all manner of prisoners. The prisoner who is our subject, she was merely one of them. What was her crime? Unknown. Odysseus was being deceived by our common acquaintance, Victor Presper. She was imprisoned due to quarantine protocol, having been exposed to the pathogen Limit 115, aka the new plague. She was to stay in the prison and die. Whether or not she performed a crime, as you put it, is unknown, although according to my databanks, every living human on the surface performed at least one crime against United States Commonwealth law. In all statistical likelihood, she was a criminal. Tell me about the facility. I'm delighted to be of assistance. What can I tell you about? What is this place? I hope you're joking. If the question is genuine, however, I'd recommend checking out the medical facility at the 2nd level. But, just to humour you, I will answer to the best of my knowledge. You are standing on... Oh man, imagine if they wrote this all with ChatGPT. That would be one hell of a thing. Also kind of hilarious. You're standing on the 5th and last level of the facility known as Boulder Dome in the city of Boulder, the former state of Colorado in the Commonwealth of 4 states. It was built as a structure specifically designed to withstand a direct nuclear attacks. Construction of the research dome was not considered until the nearby Rocky Mountain arsenal had leakage of toxic waste, creating a poisonous cloud that swept through Denver, killing many. In reaction, the military funded program to create a self-sustaining research dome, making it resistant to nuclear attack and having the primary research inside be dedicated to the new plague. This city of the future was to be a prototype for settlement on the moon and other planets. What is White Flash? Is it connected to the code? White Flash is known as Code, a behavior modification technology originally developed at Boulder Dome as part of their brain extraction technology used in creating robo-brains. Code functions off a machine language known as Visual Standard, which relies on optical relays to transmit data between intelligences. The code behavior modification technology was later used to protect soldiers and citizens against communist brainwashing attempts, and it was also used as a tool for reconditioning soldiers and prisoners for the war effort. Code was developed to counter the brainwashing technology believed to be employed by the Chinese during the war. Asked. Follow disks. Good. I've done many essential calculations that take up way too many terabytes of my limited storage. Anything you can provide me with to help finish the calculation would be greatly appreciated. In order to repair the ZAX unit to original state and function, you will need to research the technology, ZAX technology from the Engineering Research tab. Every technology from the Electronics Research line will allow you to prolong the life of ZAX by 30 days. Additionally, by acquiring empty hollow disks from the Wasteland, you can save some data from ZAX's databanks, giving you an extra 60 days to save the machine from certain doom. So I need to research ZAX. is where? I do vaguely remember seeing it before. Oh, it's there. I mean, that alone is going to take 1,300 days. So I need to somehow get 1,000 days. Where can I see how many empty holodisks I have? And is this going to add straight to that? Yes. Now I do have a bunch of them, so I have been doing that for a while. Been trying to tell you, and I know some others have as well. I mean, I've been researching science stuff from the start of the game. I don't think I could have been much more efficient about this than I have been. Anyway, I can give you a bunch more, and I can continue doing these. What does the improved mainframe do to Zax? I think next to the holodisks. Oh, this is from all the electronics researchers I've been doing. Alright, so I've extended it to 800, so I need to extend it by another 500, somehow. But at least I've bought myself like 3 years in which to do that, which is also going to reduce the ahead of time penalties by 3 years. But that also means I need to keep this game going for another 3 years and not die. By which point I suspect the game is basically going to be over. Like, Bag is a super late game. Gives more time to get more discs. Yes, that is true. And I guess I'm going to start recycling old ones as well. Truckers are ready to deploy, and this basically says, yeah, I should 100% go for the Iron Alliance. Start the Steel Wave. Robot upgrades. Enforced military occupation, so I cannot do that. But this one's just better anyway. Cheaper robots, if I decide to use robots in any number. Although I don't have many upgrades for them. A power station would certainly be useful for robots. Subsidized Crimson Caravan. Capsincon. Choose your capital. Oh, that can be used by anyone. Building slots, huge population boost, loads of extra water. Railway construction. That is a technology. Railway construction, factory efficiency, supply efficiency, infrastructure construction speed. Interesting. I don't think I need the Steel Rangers just yet, because I'm still working on upgrading those units, but I think I am going to reorganize the range. Well, no, let's just start doing some political things. If you choose Goddard, further down the focus tree, you get a lot more robot upgrades to sophisticated robots. Yeah, I know. It would be kind of tempting to switch out the citizen militia, these guys, not these guys, these guys, for robots, because they're just more defensive and tougher. But they do require quite a lot of production, although my industry isn't a slouch. I have a lot of basic guns. I should probably build more local militia. Having the extra scrap would eventually be useful. I think that coring Dome City is going to be bigger, however. Let's let time tick over, because yeah, that's going to give me 400 more people straight away. So let's immediately convert those into more troops. I can train more... I can't train more Colorado Rangers. Oops. Until I've done that focus. So I'm going to do that just so I can actually train the Rangers. Though my Rangers at the moment kind of suck. My Mechanists are awesome. Nah, let's do this. Now that we're in control of the dome again, we should re-establish communication with California. Our connection has always been shaky at best due to the distance. Still, after so many years, they should be happy to hear from us again. Maybe we could secure ourselves some aid as well. Also, there was one other thing I wanted to double check. The function is beyond my current capabilities, okay. So I can't change his prime directive. I do have experience. And considering what I just said about my vehicles, let's upgrade them. Do I have... No, I actually have a shortage. Caesar likes his anti-air tank. He also has a fair number of potential bonuses to anti-tank. Oh, great. Well, hopefully against Caesar when he comes, I'll have this river to defend. Yes, we'll have... Well, we'd have to give up New Sterling, which I don't particularly want to do. I just need to hope that Caesar goes for them and gets really beaten up, rather than going for me, but unfortunately, because he's taken New Vegas, I just don't see that happening. I think the NCR is just going to fold. What kind of faction are the Baggers? We are a scientific expedition from the NCR. But now I need to save up the political power again to go after these guys. Metis declared war on the Unbound. Klamath took 2. Fuck, that's only a narrow river, it's not a major river. I'd have to defend every province still. Yeah, this border against you is horrible. Complicated circuitry. Well, I guess we're going to go into miniaturized circuitry. It's going to just use up permanently a research slot. Power armor support frame. Power armor hardening. Basic well pumps. We want to get to basic active, don't we? Back from the park! Sergeant Larson reporting for duty. Sir, my treatment in the Wakao Asylum with Dr. Toboggan has been successful. I did not experience any withdrawal effects whatsoever, and the shivers are behind me. And I have to admit, maybe I was wrong about the mutants, sir. That super mutant handled me better than any sawbones the NCR ever did. And if I was mistaken about the mutants, there's a chance they're not all ghouls or ferals either. They still give me the creep, sir, but I'm ready to give them a chance. Welcome back, Larson. And with it, considering what you just went through, congratulations on your promotion, Larson. And that's all of those done. So now it's time to choose my troops properly.
Yeah?
So we currently have the old dog in charge of my special forces and infantry. I think I want to have the special forces
Yeah?
in a different unit.
Hello.
And maybe the robots in a different unit.
What's up?
No, we'll leave the robots there for now.
Hey. What is it?
But the first choice that we definitely have to make is our motorized guy. So Briggs is really good at special forces. So we should probably make Briggs in charge of the special forces. Because he's our sniper.
Hey.
Eli, inspirational, gunslinger, so he's a militia. So might actually be better than Old Dog. Motorized demolitions, infantry attack and defense. Entrenchment, nah, you are definitely the infantry guy. The
Hey.
militia, however, Eli can command.
Yeah?
Larson, life giver, survivalist, flexible. And he doesn't have any of the big penalties anymore. Planning speed is wasted on you. You're not a field marshal. So maybe we make Larson into a field marshal. Because we're probably going to need another one soonish. Yeah, let's do that. He's really gone up in the world.
Hello.
So we still need someone who's dedicated to motorized. Wow, Sergeant Alexander has 4 special traits. And they're good ones. Pierce is a sniper. We have quite a few inspirationals. Fortune Finder. Supply Grace. Orgloss while moving is a bad one for motorized though. I think Alexander. He has a lot of potential because he has just so many special traits. And then we are going to give you... motorized attack and defense. And inspirational for the experience gain. And there we go. Did I need someone with a mechanic trait? I do. But is mechanic a trait you can actually give? No, it's not. It's mechanic and veteran mechanic. Oh, it's an advisor trait. I didn't even think of looking at those. Veteran mechanic. Uncle Jim would do it. Jim will fix it. Shouldn't say that anymore. That's a Jimmy Savile thing. Where's the other mechanic? General wait and see. So yeah, I think we need to bring in Uncle Jim so we can have that veteran mechanic, then we can start fixing the other stuff. I'm going to prepare for this war against Iron Alliance first, though. Imagining the governor. Rick, Kirk, and Larry sat around the campfire as the day died down. Christensen had been sent on his way to California. Whether he'd live through it wasn't anybody's guess, but if he did succeed, he was to bring back an official governor and whatever support they'd give him. You know what we need? Rick spoke up. We need a decent sort out here. Someone who knows what they're doing, but ain't an arsehole about it. Mr. Dodge was a good guy. You think he'd ever want to come out here? That's naive, Kirk sneered at him. Good men aren't what the frontier needs. What you want is a hard ass who knows what we need. Someone like Alex McCaffrey, or maybe even the Baron. Rick spat on the ground in response. What if they just, I don't know, let us pick? Why on earth would they let us do that, Larry? Kirk cocked his eyebrow. It'd be democratic, wouldn't it? Like we did back in the Republic. We could pick someone we all liked, like Dr. Agnes. I like Dr. Agnes. Well, they don't do elections for territorial governors anyway. Kirk rolled his eyes at him. Although he briefly entertained the fancy of picking their own governor, he wouldn't pick Agnes, but Lord knew a lot of these plebs would. You'll get what you ask for, 100%. So, the Republican compromise would be Joseph Dodge. We don't know who Joseph Dodge is. Oh wait, do we know who Joseph Dodge is? Oh, big motorized buffs. We do not know who Joseph Dodge is. But he would give us the extra money from the caravans, although we currently don't have a trade post, but we're aiming to get one. New Hub Act would increase the strength of our capital. Choice for Colorado would make Agnes the governor of Colorado with compliance gain, which is really helpful, especially if we're going to be conquering the Iron Alliance. Political power, always useful. Monthly population, recruitable population, stability. The consumer goods factory sucks, but our industry isn't that strong anyway. Medical tech, we can always do with more medical. That means that our manpower doesn't die off as fast. Baron's Man. Loads of extra water, loads of extra population, and the building slots. As a Baron to another. Oh, Baron Erie. We get something with them. And this would allow us to get the railway construction too. I smell a pole coming. How did you know? I thought I hit it so well. Okay, so 4 options. A man with skills, a smooth operator, someone nice, or not our decision. Who exactly that corresponds to? I don't know. Actually, let's click on them and see what this says. Joseph Dodge, former lieutenant governor of the Hub and semi-competent congressman who arrived to be governor of Colorado. He was popular back in his day as he consistently fought against the local gangs and tried to minimize the influence of local merchant houses on politics. Since we set foot in Colorado, delegated most of the daily management tasks to Agnes. We received no political support from the NTR. She is the best option for the governor locally. Well, J.P. Barros, a representative of the Barons in California, has arrived to be our governor, making his name in railway projects and being a loyalist to Anton Flynn. His arrival will either be a disaster or a great boon. Is it only Agnes that can proclaim the new Colorado Republic? No, any of them can. However, bear in mind that we are probably aiming for Agnes. Or, well, I mean, this is still probably going to be a vote. But if we have Agnes as the governor, I'm going to assume that that will stack with Agnes's current traits. Skills of the Baron guy, operates as the Republican guy, someone nice as Agnes. Someone nice is definitely Agnes. The politician is the Republican. And the man with the skills is probably the Baron. Although he fought against gangs. I honestly don't know which is which here. Just because he's the politician, I'm going to think he knows how to politic. Alright. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. The vote is up. And if you are currently on the UpTubs, unfortunately you'll need to do this on Twitch. I'm doing the poll on Twitch, it's just easier. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. I just realised I missed Louis Jack's subscription last night. Sorry about that. Nice to catch Mordred live for a bit. I normally have to catch stream replays during the week. Hope we're all well. Thank you, Louis. Get your votes in. Intronite wants me to drink some tea. I have like a mouthful left. Cheers. Lovely jubbly. Okay, the vote is in. Nobody said that it's not our decision, so it definitely is, in fact, our decision. 3% of you wanted the smooth operator, 28% of you wanted the man with the skills, however, 69% of you wanted someone nice. Nice. Someone nice it is. Let's see if we actually get them. Let's wait on doing a focus until we know who is coming. If we get a response immediately or not. Maybe we won't. Okay, well in that case, reorganization of the Rangers. The Ranger team under Ranger Major Prasad has served us well, but they suffered heavy losses. We'll have to reorganize our special forces in order to expand them. And it is time to start prepping for that. Metis took 2 states, Red Hazards took 1. long home. Oh. So we're probably not going to hear back until July. Good to know.
What is it?
Also, you're the special forces guy, you're the sniper, you're inspiration, you're a gun nut, and you still have another trait. Damn, Briggs. Idiot Savant, maybe? Isn't there a... fire team bonus? We're only seeing the demolitions. Half our special forces are ghouls. Yeah, at the moment. He's already got fire team. Oh yeah. Well, in that case, I'll probably take Bloody Mess. Because I'm not going to keep everyone as ghouls. I'm going to switch them to special forces, especially when they get the armor. And then I might actually use power armor demolitions and power armor fire team as their support. Oh, can't actually do this yet. Requires one more command power. Okay, now I can. Could also do this. Alright, the Rangers reorganization done. Power armor fire team. That's what I'm thinking eventually. But these guys definitely need fire teams, they definitely need cams. Be able to afford all that. Let's go with the cams, just keep them alive. Our Rangers are pretty heavily outdated though in terms of their equipment. Back in California, Coleridge and Oliver talked a lot about how to utilize the Brotherhood's power armor. They believed high-quality equipment should only be used by the best, the Rangers of the Republic. While the Paladins and the Rangers' battle style differs, the idea was deemed unrealistic. Coleridge has the freedom to implement the concept to his heart's content in Colorado. Unlocking this tech will force your Spec Ops units to use power armor equipment. They'll use half the amount of gear compared to traditional power armor units, but they'll be more expensive and durable than their regular counterparts. Will also allow us to deploy the Steel Rangers test team who help trial the armor for us.
Hey.
So you can level up. You're already an inspirational gunslinger. Rooted might be useful. Robotics might be useful, though I think I'll probably go with somebody completely separate if we do go for robots. I think Rooted is the one that you want. Or Life Giver. Rooted. Oh boy. Need to remember that Eli can be promoted. And yes, we do need to start a power armor line. So we'll just switch over.
Hello.
And these two are going to become Colorado Rangers. And lose a shit ton of their experience, unfortunately. Warrior code complete. And then there's 2 left with my 50% buffs. Power armor support, soft attack, hard attack. Alright, let's do this. How long till the mainframe goes boom? 767 days. Advanced well pumps. There's the basic aquifer. Steel Rangers have been implemented. And there's the test team.
Hey.
Wait, they need Spec Ops equipment as well? Interesting. Okay, these guys are going to be freaking expensive, but also really good. Half and half, we can probably tell by the gold attachment. Spec Ops, 300. Let's do new special. So the Airborne use 50, Spec Ops use 45. They both use power armor. Spec Ops are just better. The only difference is they have slightly more trickle back on the Airborne. And they have the radiation bonuses. Colorado Ranger Headquarters. Finally, our armed forces centralization is finished. If we want to keep it this way, we'll need to create our organization to manage them separately from the core. Ranger HQ back in California fulfilled this job, so we don't see why we couldn't replicate it here in Colorado. Well, in that case, we need to be producing a lot of these too. Let's do something like that.
What's up?
So we're going to be lacking the power armor for a little while, but we'll get that produced. This does mean that those guys are going to hit like an absolute truck. It's going to be fantastic.
Hey.
Yeah, I'll give you different orders. You just punch straight through to there. December 2279. Okay. Meanwhile, what are we constructing? So we're still doing infrastructure. We do want to be saving up for the well-equipped army. Well, tension has now hit 60%, so we could do every cap for the army. White legs and the 80s are fighting. Armor frame hardening. Ramshackle IAPA. What's IA? Oh, Iron Alliance. We haven't fought the Iron Alliance yet. But we will. Also want to save up for the mechanic, that's true. Is that 100 or 150? Was here 100. Also want to save up for the motorized guy. Oh dear. Choice for Colorado. Chosen. And we also finished the Ranger headquarters on the same day. We are going to generate some more old holodecks. The Bear and the Cub. Despite the significance of the objective we gave our expedition home, life continued in Colorado without them. There were many things to do. The dome was under re-exploration and repair. There was much work to be done, keeping our territories under control. When Christensen finally came back, leading not only his own men, but 2 additional companies from the NCR as an expeditionary force, everybody was pleasantly surprised. The general marched out of the camp to meet them early. Matt was already saluting, but Coleridge quickly ordered him at ease. Before you start your report, please tell me about the journey and stay. That was your first time in California, right? Matthias was somewhat reluctant, but an order was an order. Our journey was largely uneventful, sir. We avoided any and every hotspot of possible hostiles. We suffered no casualties. Shady Sands was magnificent, sir. It must be the pearl of the whole wasteland, and I hope we can make something to match it here. Coleridge nodded a little. Matt is way too stiff around authority, but at least he can be ordered to chit-chat. We sure will. Make a report, Sergeant. NTR has answered, and they send back their wholehearted support without an appointed governor. The interim governor will be Dr. Agnes, our administrator. Unfortunately, they cannot provide direct support until we share a border. We just have to get a border to California. Cool. We gain the NTR embassy, so opinion goes up both ways. We will have our first elections in 6 months. And we got 2 new divisions of NCR Expeditionary Forces, which are infantry? Oh, big infantry. And that means we can ban recreational drugs. But not combat drugs. Special Forces infantry units attack plus 5%. Boulder power armor, which is that. I don't have sophisticated power armor, do I? No. Oh, this is New Colorado salvage power armor. Dome City is called, yes. We do have 2 more military factories, which we probably want on power armor. Particularly if we want to expand the number of... Just noticed we have 100 feral ghouls for reasons. I should probably also sell my old guns, that's true. What was I saying? When it comes to getting fighters. Yeah, let's get power armor. And now that we've domed the core, we have loads of resources. So let's ban those drugs. Illegal substances are not inherently vices. A handful of them have their uses in therapeutical and medical applications, but recreational use leads to many problems. If we want to build a stable democracy, they must go. And we have 100 political power, which means mechanic time, which means we should be able to start repairing these. Applying some elbow grease. The curious soldiers crowded around the strange porcelain room. A nozzle hung about 6 feet off the ground from the wall, a strange, off-grey colour from the rest of the sterile and clean bathroom. "Out of the way!" called the mechanic from behind the veterans, eager to see what the mechanic had accomplished. "Out of the way!" he called again, and the bodies of the soldiers parted for him like a river around stone. He turned a knob, about near waist height, and with a red cap on the end of it. As soon as he did, the sound of rushing water echoed throughout the dome facility and suddenly falling from the nozzle like magic. Fresh, clean, hot water. It took a little elbow grease, the mechanic said, but the egghead said that making it so that you smelly boys don't drag any contaminants from the outside was of the utmost importance. This facility is far from running at full capacity water-wise, but it should be completely safe to bathe in and drink. The mechanic walks away with a cheerful smile. "Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get a beer and a nap. You kids have fun." Purification stations provide more water. That's that level. What about this one? Fix the purification center. That's the steam lab. That's water storage. Was that the purification center? No, that's water pump. I know I've seen this somewhere. Maintenance. That's not it. Where the hell is this thing? Oh wait, hang on. Oh, is that the focus? Well room, purification center and the water storage all need to be fixed. There is a purification center here somewhere. So this is why they really need to have different color coding for the things that have been fixed and the things that haven't. Or the things that you can enter and the things you can't. Ah, that's the prototype, so that requires me to get the new Colorado power armor. Okay. That I can do. Particle beam research requires reactor access. We have reactor access, don't we? Gaussian power, the elusive and rare Gauss rifle, now after a row of magnets pushing a small bolt of magnetized iron to supersonic speeds, able to pierce the thickest of power armor, even if a bit expensive to produce, and the only group known to be able to produce these Gauss rifles are up in North Dakota. Until now, we have adapted the overturned particle weapon research done here to create an effective copy of the Gauss rifle. We just need to say the words and allocate resources to begin production. Ooh. Nice driver. 5 years ahead of time. So I guess it's the equivalent to the marksman carbine. Less defense, more breakthrough, less soft attack, double the hard attack, double the piercing. So it's armor piercing. Friggin' expensive though. Holy crap. And it would take just 1,000 days to prepare. You said it was level 2. This is level 2. This is where I was looking at the well room. I need the water purification center, not the well. So I've kind of expected it to be here. Oh, there it is, Purification Center. Requires mechanic and basic aquifer, which we are researching, right? Yes. Oh, 17 days. It's on the 3rd floor. Vice Royalty took 2 states, Free Fighters took 3, Belgian Labour have been annexed. Kaisar's Legion declared war on the NCR. See just how badly this goes. Montana chapter took 20 states. MacArthur were annexed. There's the basic aquifer. That is one bloody massive Montana chapter. I played them, didn't I? I think I did. Guess they won't put Patroclus down this way. So we got the aquifer. We could really do with some of the industrial things. Stimpack. Something needed Stimpack. Let's do that. And then we can go to here. It was Purification Chamber. Geiger silenced. The scientist pulls a Geiger counter, waves it around in the air and waits. A pregnant pause fills the air, suspending this moment of import. Nothing. Blessedly nothing. The rad scrubbers are working. Not a single blip of radiation was in the air supply. Not only that, but the rads were leaking to the water supply were gone too. Clean air, clean water. The dome was habitable again. After Presper, even that much was a miracle. The first step in a long line of repairs was finally done. Hopefully they'll soon be able to repair the Zax unit as well. There is an old adage that's never been more true than this moment. Add advanced active. Sweet. What's that do? More water. Yes. We're a very resource-rich community. Might need better guns and pistols. That was a good point. For a long time, they were ahead of time, but they're not anymore. I mean, service rifles are still ahead of time. Can at least get the warrior equipment. Let's do that instead of the Stimpack. So the purification chamber is done. Well, requires the purification center done. Waterlogged. Well, I have good news, the plumber said, approaching Goddard. This facility doesn't have to worry about water anymore. I thought we didn't have to worry about it once we finished fixing the water storage system, Goddard responded without looking back at him. But my innovation should make this facility run 25% more efficient. Water-wise, of course. What do you want? A fancy lad snack cake? Get back to work. Goddard rolled his eyes dismissively. This facility will literally explode if I do not fix this Zach's computer, and you're here talking about a 25% more efficient water system when the water system we had was just fine. You're wasting my time. Goddard walked away to continue his work. He could have just said thank you. And then... to you. In the tank. Water rationing is a bitch and a half. Who really should get to decide how much water should be allocated to decontamination showers versus cooking, versus cleaning, versus drinking. At times it's so bad it feels like you're going to get flogged for spilling even a drop of the stuff. Well, no longer. Now the internal water storage systems are repaired, and that means I can drink a full litre of water and take a shower for 10 whole minutes. And no one will yell at me. Life is good. It always makes a body forget about California. Almost. So that's all of that repaired, which means... access water storage is now available, which will give us another 30 water. At which point, we'll basically never need water again. We'll have so much of it. Speaking of water, followers, hi. I would like some more factory workshops, please. I've already pissed them off enough. Take me to the church. During the initial expedition to Colorado, the advocacy of separation of church and states was still a hotly debated topic. The concept of personnel sent to maintain the mental health of the troops was a foreign concept to both scientists and soldiery. By the time they returned, their appreciation of mental health concerns had much improved. A generous donation from certain private groups spurred the inclusion of faith ministers that performed such services. Cecil Lergerman Leander was the sole called for such duties, acting as the brigade chaplain. Though his nature had earned him a slothful reputation, he was a resolute man of faith who encouraged many of the soldiers at the time. His belief was that if the Lord willed it, it would happen. It just so happened that, shortly after constructing the makeshift chapel, the Lord asked Cecil to perform his duties once more. Peterson and Welding arrived at the doorstep. Oh yeah, these two got married. Division Recovery, Core Support, Division Defense and Core Ideology Drift. Millie and I want to get married. Offer me my deathless death. Ranger Welding's request could shift mountains with how earnestly it had been delivered. Despite the fact that Cecil was in the midst of locking up, he felt obliged to hear them out. Wed you shall be, provided you have the proper requirements, he told them. Requirements? We're in love and want to get hitched. What more do you need? If you need a shotgun, I'm sure there's one round back. Millie joked. The chaplain looked flatly at the two. If you want to get married, New Reno style, I would gladly start a contribution fund to send you there. However, even the Lord needs time. Normally, such requests would take months, especially as it demands premarital counselling, endorsement from a religious organisation, if either of you are within a faith, and if you aren't able to tell, a ceiling fixture bulb fizzled out. The chapel we have isn't exactly the best place for a full ceremony. Noting the annoyed looks of the soldiers' faces, Cecil opened a cupboard drawer, revealing a box of gold and silver rings with small gems encrusted. I can, however, make do. One of the financiers of the expedition sent along a box of these, in case it ever came up. Surprisingly, this is the first time. So in memory of this occasion, Mr. Welding, Miss Peterson, I proclaim you both engaged. It'll do, chap. It'll do. Even more stability that I don't need. Hey, course, Lord. And we have deployments.
Hey.
Recreational drugs have been banned. Now, I don't immediately need the water, so I don't think I want to do that. Just looking to see if there's anything else that I'm missing. I don't think so. Universal healthcare. That one I definitely want as soon as possible. Organising a universal healthcare system back in California would be impossible. The sheer size of the Republicans' already burdened economy couldn't carry that weight. So we'll have to organise one right away, way before our system's complexity and over-privatisation would make it an impossible venture. Research, 47 days on that.
What's up?
Just noticed they had the red exclamation mark saying that they're not actually assigned to the line. And they absolutely should be. Why were they making the driving sound? These are special forces. Whoever Aslan declared war on Chichen Itza. Good Springs is holding. Yeah. If they get through these choke points though, becomes problematic. Iron Confederacy has joined the Second Coalition. That's not the Iron Alliance. Oh, we have the Provisional Republic of Texas. Nice. Things are coalescing. Ouroboros declared war on Unitar. What's over here? Universal healthcare provided. I think we should probably determine what our capital is going to be. Although I kind of want to take New Sterling before then. Although, let's be honest, it's going to be Boulder Day. New Sterling is a lot bigger. Population-wise. Oh, we could join the war against Caesar's Legion, if we, wanted to. War goes against Ouroboros. Six off-map dockyards. Red Sun Republic. What was that discount about? Extra sell. City. Yeah. I'm not going to make it down there anytime soon. We're not joining that war. That seems to me like it would be a bad idea right now. Can increase the medical rations. Let's do that. The Boulder area, the Cheyenne region, and the far south town of Colorado Springs are all pulsing green with radiation. Terrain always needs to be accounted for, and until we find a permanent solution, all we can do is increase the troops' medical rations. And we do also have enough political power to choose another person. Motorized attack and defense is incredibly tempting. Fire team upgrades is also tempting. At some point we should get a air power thing going. Alternative, no, we can't get that because we need 50% war support, which we don't have. So we way of generating more support. Yeah, war propaganda. 140 days. How many weeks is that? 140 divided by 7 is 20 times 0.4, so that's 8 war support. So that gets us up to 49. Damn it! Valentina will be needed for a few of Agnes's focuses. Okay. I was actually thinking I'd get her because of that compliance gain. But I think right now I'm going to get Crazy Horse Jr. Seeing as I'm that reliant on motorized. We've actually done very little of those upgrades. Ooh, speaking of which, I need to keep the holotapes going. Only 51 days left in the miniaturized circuitry. That's 1,000 days. 1,050. Our way to heaven! Ribeiro approached the garage as full as it had become since Eddie's retirement. Since the movement of operations from a single truck bay to the entry of Colorado, with planned expansions beyond, the garage had now become filled with memorabilia of adventures. Crazy Horse the wheels had taken. A Route 66 sign, a steering wheel with a mannequin head mounted on it, a racing trophy, a pre-war newspaper about Fusion Flea winning a race in Nevada. All of these and more were littered in the venerable museum to Eddie Crazy Horse Kalinske. Pop, you there? A series of crashes answered them, followed by both trucker swears and normal swears. Over here! I'm working on the Crazier Bull. The Crazier Bull, as Eddie liked to call it, was a passion project he and Helen had come up with after passing the truck onto their kids. The Bull was a converted recreational vehicle, with a number of attachments making it appropriate for wasteland travel, like wheel-mounted flamethrowers and a canopy minigun. It also had an attachment point for the horn sidecar, a motorbike that had been equally modified for use. Hey Dad, how you been? Oh, I've been better. Now, which one are you again? Dad. Alright, kiddo, you got me. Course I recognised you. Now, what do you want for your old man? Eddie rolled out the light on his Omni wheelchair. His leg still works, but both he and Helen prefer to get around fast in their old age. I was hoping to learn some of your techniques for fighting off raiders. Lesson from the old man, eh? Well, let me tell you about the time he and Ellen got caught up in what she and I only later learned was a full-blown road war of all things up in Idaho. Get a scrap truck. Fascinating. So is that what the colour coding meant? That there's stuff associated to them? Interesting. Interesting. He's the only one that has it. Crazy Horse. Alright. September. A couple of months ago. Talok's demise. Hissing wails, robotic screams rang out across the wasteland today as the great protector of Mexico, Tlaloc, met his demise. Entrusting his most powerful possessions to his eldest son, Santana, Tlaloc chose to peacefully terminate his operations rather than utterly destroy them. I suspect that's also when the dome would blow, if we hadn't added the extra. Quite a potent sound effect, that one. Even more sad when you actually play as Tlaloc. That was a fun game, actually. Do I have penalties to building factories by any chance? Yes. Very slight. I'm wondering if I should actually start building some camp divers close to a few. Yeah, you know what? let's get those going first. Because military industry, we've got loads. It's the civilian industry that we absolutely suck at. Iron Alliance power armor. I wanted to get Stimpaks going so that I could use the ahead of the 50% on the ahead of times. Provisional Republic of Texas clever on the Ironmongers and Shell's army. And we now want to make Iron Alliance power armor. How do they compare? Just out of interest. Double defense, slightly more breakthrough, 66% hardness. Yeah, our hardness is really being ranked up because of all the buffs we have to it. Max speed, armor goes up to 30, reliability 85, production cost doubled. That does remind me, however, that I have some more things I wanted to add here. Power armor fire teams. Only slows us down absolutely a tiny amount. We still have an enormous amount of organization. Yeah, these are some pretty beefy upgrades. And look at that hardness. We're an infantry division? Oh boy. We definitely can't afford it right now, but in the future, hell yeah. And then we probably want the demolitions as well. I'm doing for equipment numbers. Fire team weapons are still looking good. A lot of support equipment. So I'd say let's cut down on the amount of that we're producing and let's do some more power armor instead. I have half of my allowance on that too. You know what?
Hello.
Let's have you lot. These guys.
Honored to speak with you, sir. What's up? What's up?
Let's start colouring these guys like I usually do. Purple for special forces, red for the motorized, green for regular troops, and orange for reserves. Right, sell stuff for organization. Thank you for the reminder. But you actually get 3 times the opinion for this. Motorized. 43 bikes, not have more. Should be a lot. Oh, scrap trucks. Because I use salvage trucks now. But that does mean that we should have rotated out all of the bicycles from these motorized, which is good, because it means that we'll be really fast. Experience. Any of those. Fragility escapes us. Our economic advisors are reporting some extremely troubling news. Due to our recent spending sprees, our coffers are depleted. Indeed, our current income wasn't enough to offset the expenses, and as a result, we burned through the surplus funds too quickly. Safe to say, we're currently suffering from minus 0.3 stability and a host of other terrible effects that come with the horrible fiscal situation. It's absolutely imperative that we put our efforts towards solving the crisis and getting the economy back on track. If we let this issue worsen for much longer, there's truly no telling what will happen to any of us. Hell, our people could even revolt against us. But that makes us positive, at least. How long do I have that for? Doesn't say. But that gets me out of the situation, at least. Penalty to war support sucks, though. Might never be able to go up in funding levels. Combined arms available. Warrior equipment also available. And this is it. Champions of Virtue, the last one. This counts. Powered fire teams and demolitions. Beautiful. And the other one... 150 days in the service rifle. I'm tempted by that. No, you know what? Industry. Or? No, you know what? Language. Bankrupt now must be because the army has higher upkeep. Ah, it does. Well, 2 more months and then this war starts. Increase medical rations. Why did the army get more expensive though? The bitter drink is an invention of the Twin Mothers tribe. They say the Legion adopted it too. We could embrace this tonic as well. We should increase the survivability of our troops. Keep building more units, except I haven't. Not recently. Because last time I checked, I was still, I think, 2k positive. Oh, unless the extra equipment makes them more expensive. Not the extra, the higher level equipment. That's possible. Chichen Itza Empire declared war on La Costa Cafianada. Thanks for the warning. But hey, this is in my favour, because now this becomes a defensive war. Suckers! Alright, let's go murder. Except I can't kill him too quick. It's just good business. Exactly. Overton! Cheers. Because if I kill them too quickly, then my war support goes down again. And I really want to get to the well-equipped army. Alright. As long as we get across this river. Circuitry. Advanced circuitry. Sterling has fallen. That does not make them capitulate. Good. However, wasteland pacification. I should have the manpower and the troops and the equipment to do that. Should maybe research enforce. No, I am spreading myself way too thin already with technology. What do I want? More power armor? Silly question. Popping after the laughter was an indication of drinking some tea. That was more for dramatic effect, but yes, thank you. Let's get my motorized. You down that way. So I can cut them in half. We should have more than enough troops to just end them. Without filling out much of their combat width. No, I know. There are already massive gaps. Special forces, I need some new orders. Go ahead. More factories. I mean, it's very nice of them to have been developing their industry so well. I ever add? Yes. Chems to the militia at least. You are still being held up. That's good. Eagle rocks with Ouroboros. No! Alright, we're going to get the first aid bitter tonic, and then I'm not going to take a focus for a little while because I want to get to that 150 political power as soon as I can. Especially before this war ends. So in fact, ultra offensives. I don't have the bankrupt anymore. That's good. I'm still losing money, but once I take New Sterling and actually prep it, our financial situation should reverse pretty quickly. Hope they don't join the Legion before we get the political power. Yeah, that would be very annoying. Stimpack. That was actually a very quick Stimpack. Some more industrial things. $126. $28. Looks like the Provisional Republic's doing well against these guys. That's good. I think the danger is going to be if and when the White Legs join the war against the NCR. Combat language. Let's keep going down that path. Smoke signals, keep getting that coordination. But hey, we've occupied New Sterling, and once that occupation has ended, then we'll start actually generating cash from it, which would be nice. Let's recycle some of those. I don't think I'm going to need to recycle that many more, though, to be quite honest. 360 days. It's about 1,000 total. Can upgrade this axe twice. Yeah, I know. The last shell. The remnants of Attis's army have struggled since their last defeat at the hands of the Brotherhood. And now one of the largest surviving groups has gone the way of Attis. The Ironmongers have suffered greatly in the conflict against the forces of the Provisional Republic of Texas, with their Forge of Giants being captured earlier today. Many of the tanks have either been destroyed, captured, or left to rust, and they've been pushed back from their forges. What was that? Patrons are Ironmongers. I think this was one of the ones that I wanted to play, but I know nothing about Attis, so I never did. I think that's Fallout 2. 48, 150. Unity of Austin took 1 state, Provisional Republic took 2. And it is time for... not that one. Well, I could do this one too. No reason not to. Let's do every cap for the army. And now... finish that. Even their power armor unit can't hold up against us. The strength of these motorized. Yowza! The Great Race. Today shall forever be remembered as the date on which Wyatt from the Tucson won the very first Great Race of Tucson. After a long and hard-fought battle against his four rivals, the masterful racers each in their own right, across the extensive Sonora track that surpassed even the country leader Will Foster's wildest expectations. The competition was fierce, but through a combination of luck, skill, and remarkable grit, Wyatt from Tucson managed to pull ahead of the home stretch, crossing the finish line with a split second ahead of the competitors. The people of Tucson and their honoured guests are now celebrating this momentous occasion, with promises to come together for an even greater competition should fortune allow it. Race to remember. Right, I can now take a focus. Maybe the water one? No, let's restart the power grid. The domed power grid is surprisingly complex, and repairing it took many resources and time. But now that we completely understand its inner workings, we can update all of our generators to be more efficient. As we are actually using power, because mechanized. Economic resurgence. Our trade node, New Sterling, has finally thrown off its economic downturn. As commerce returns to the neglected region, we expect our income from taxes to raise as well. The fell successor. The remnants of Attis' army have struggled since their defeat at the hands of the Brotherhood. I have read that one already. Shale's army this time. And yeah, Ironmongers are basically tank-focused mutants, kind of like Warhammer 40k orcs. Yeah, it's kind of that's the impression I got. Provisional Republic of Texas took 9 states, Unity of Austin took 3, Shale's army lost, and matrons were all lost. Really? Well, these two are allied, so I guess it's alright. Fallout 2 is still set around California. Yeah, but Attis... wasn't he the... No, it was the Master, wasn't it? I don't know who Attis was. Alliance is very nearly dead. What's left? These guys. And Black Crossings. Black Crossings we... should just take. And then there's Brewster.
Yeah? What is it? What's up?
And there it is. And done. Baggers took 8 states, Iron Alliance was annexed, so Baggers are now looking like a competent force. A more competent force, I should say.
What is it? What's up? Honored to speak with you, sir. Hello.
Okay, so we gained 3 factories. research demolition equipment and better planes. Usually in this game, I have no problem researching everything I want. In this game specifically, I've had massive problems researching all the things I want. We did get a lot of civilian factories from this, so that's good. Okay, occupations. Motorized? Let's do that. No longer get the effects of tax relief. I am still losing money. But now... Oh, level 9. Heck yeah. Available routes. Dog City would make me a lot of money. Oh, they already exist. Let's go to the First People's Junction in Babytown then. Maybe he hasn't calculated yet. I'm gonna guess it hasn't calculated yet. When do they recalculate? Oh, probably when it cashes in, so after the next deposit it will. Ah, that's a press crate route. I see how it works. And now I can also choose where I want my capital. Potentially. So those are actually going to get pacified pretty quickly. Good enough. We have the manpower for it, we have the equipment for it. Should be golden. Ouroboros is killing Unitar. NCR is actually pushed out. Ejecito Mexicano declared war on the Alamo. Power grid has been restarted. That is a large Estados Unidos Mexicanos. Alright, I don't know if this requires me to accord New Sterling, if New Sterling is even an option. Let's see what we can do. Our National Republic needs a shady sands of its own. We've got a few good candidates to choose from. Access is from the Brotherhood of Steel game on PlayStation 2, so it's its own thing. Oh, okay. Caesar's north flank is completely unguarded. Maybe you should proclaim the NCR before you pick a capital. That's true. It's a bit weird that it's not required. Our governor has taken their position, made the most important arrangements. We're ready to proclaim the new Colorado Republic. Bonus. Canadian People's Front, Great Stampede. 3 fighters against the Viceroyalty. Generated political power. Yeah, there was. It was the mediator does. I think I probably want to try to get Valentina next. Also for the compliance growth. Yeah, there are none of Kaisar's units up there. Vault City took 11 states. Thunderbirds were annexed. That's a beefy Vault City. Arroyo's going after Eureka. Ouroboros took 1 state. Eagle Rock was annexed. No! Cued Slalok's death a second time. More. Let's go down to the Zaps and beat him. Before I forget. $789 days. I think that's gonna be enough. Still 900, but again, this is gonna be ticking down. And we'll also have the research speed bonus from, you know, finishing the research stuff. We could get the extra special forces things, but I think I want even more organization. No, our special forces are now really good. Let's go for the special forces upgrade. Speaking of which, we should probably try to actually, you know, recruit some. How is the power on that? We have motorcycles. So Colorado Rangers. I just spent all the experience. Damn it! Thought that one through. So it's definitely costing me manpower. Only 20. Crimson Acolytes declared war on Timberline. Election day. There we go, now we're making money. After many hardships that we had to endure, our officially accepted governor has taken their office. With the right that the new Californian Congress has granted them, they started to organize our first official election. Naturally, both the Doctor and the General reformed their support base into proper political parties and started campaigning right away. To the surprise of few, Agnes also tossed her hat into the ring and tried her luck at the elections. And the winner is Goddard and the Intelligentsia, which will be the meritocratic institutions. Coleridge is the new president, with the military. Or Agnes, leader of the people. Well, that makes Valentina even better. So meritocratic utopia, consumer goods down, stability down, production efficiency up, intelligence agency, research slot, production efficiency and research, more factories, political power, infrastructure building, research, remove the lost expedition. I know that most of their icons are new, specially made for Fallout, but I think that's one of ours. Colorado servant class. Political power, consumer goods, trade tariffs. And then Vault City at the end of the universe. Our technology, Vault Tech infrastructure. So First Citizen Lynette's in charge. So stability, and then political power, free repair and tariffs. Operation Deep Thought. Claims on Black Canyon's former territories. Diana's core territories. Hangdogs. The ultimate question. Zack's benefits we enjoyed will be temporarily removed, but don't worry, they will return better. And yes, if you fail to save Boulder Zax, this whole focus will be unavailable. Oops! Every 60 days, the Super Zax will make progress on the question and national spirits will improve. Gain a bunch of research speed. Factories. 333% research bonus for resource procurement and automated warfare and robotics. And then the final answer. Oh, that's the question that Zax is asking. So you can only do that as Goddard. Hitchhiker's Guide to Colorado. Sophisticated robotics. Sentry Bot. Police Protectron. Gutsy. Command and Control. Nuclear Jet Fighters. C-27 Humanoid Combat Platforms. Add Technology. C-27 Humanoid Robots. C-27 of those. Robotics. C-27. We get these. Which I assume are better than Robo-Brains? Yeah, they must be basically the upgrade of Robo-Brains. Less defense, way more breakthrough, more hardness, more soft attack, more hard attack. They do suppress. Triple the armor. Faster, they have piercing. They're more reliable, but they're double the cost. Expensive too. Armed with laser miniguns, ghost pistols, and plasma rifles. Oh, you need the Robo Brain for this. You need Central Bot Mark 1. You need the Soltron or Blasto. I mean, that's all doable if you're going robotic. So yeah, it's basically the upgraded Robo Brain. Surprise everybody, deny all three, make Penultimo the Tropico president. Good news, Presidente! If we stick with Agnes, then we do actually keep Goddard and Coleman. Revived CU University of Boulder. Production efficiency retention 15%. That's a huge amount. Doctor's homemade bag technology. Joanna Tibbet Military Academy. Land Doctrine Research, Army Experience, Command Power. Pre-War Infantry Kit. Pre-War Infantry Kit. These. I don't know where that is. These are the special attacks. Yeah, it's not shown here. So far as I can tell. Maybe special forces. Doesn't look like it. Vault Tech infrastructure. So going with Goddard, we could get the factory output, dockyard output. Sophisticated industry required. I think we have. No, we don't. So you just get the first level of Vault Tech, not the follow-ups. Least fun part is searching through the tech window to find stuff, gonna be honest. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I mean, already I'm definitely leaning towards Agnes, because we haven't gone robotics. If we'd gone actually robotics, then Goddard would be really powerful. I kind of want to know what the answer is, I'm not gonna lie. And the C-27 sound awesome. Let's do a proper look through all of this. So we'll go Sister in Arms, because that's the only one we can do. Remove Lost Expedition, that's there. Line Doctrine, we've already got that. Demolition equipment, firearm equipment. Ooh, those are nice upgrades. Saving lives with firepower. Add technology, Ranger Corps. Special Forces, minimum capacity plus 40. Sophisticated Special Forces. Aha! I missed that one earlier. And now that we know that we do actually use sophisticated... now that we know that we use Special Forces, as well as power armor, that's actually really potent for us. Replace Little Republic with Big Little Republic. Join the NCR. The United Warlords of Nebraska. Or if we went with Coleman. Experience, factories, doctrine, ships, naval game, trucks, we've already maxed that out. Gun runners, right, with this path you can get the gun runner upgrades. When bears fly, ooh, cheaper aircraft. Ground attack, strap bombing, and range. Special Ops Speed Defense Organization upgrades. Which I think generally gets rid of the penalties from the bit above. Desegregated Special Forces, Gamma Ranger Reliant to Gamma Ranger Supremacy, so the Ghoul units become even better. Interaction will yield better results if we already implemented higher levels of mutant recruitment. Oh, cool. Trucks. Improved trucks, motorized. Tanks. Yeah, it's this one, I think, that makes the really, really strong gun runner Colorado branch available. Yes, it does. Production cost soft attack. And these ones... a reduced cost for coring Colorado and southern Wyoming. There's Lost Expedition. Application centers. Open trade. Arms tech. Breaking the law. Riot control. Upgrade. Wastelanders and training. Big boost to population growth. War goal and dead horses. Claim on the North Passage against the Sorrows. Dead horses. Asked to join NCR. Well, I'd definitely say that Coleridge sounds the least interesting. He doesn't seem to do anything particularly special. Like, if he gained access to, like, sophisticated tanks or something like that, that would have been awesome. Steel Ranger's focus doesn't replace Spec Ops gear, it adds power armor as well. Yep. So being able to get sophisticated Spec Ops as well as the bolder power armor, which I think we're going to unlock, just sounds awesome. We're going to be able to get the veteran armor. Alright, well, I think it is time to choose. Goddard. Agnes. Coleridge. Did I spell Agnes right? I think I did. Ah. No, it's there. Duh. I know I didn't. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. And if you are on the UpTubs and want to be a part of this, you will have to head over to Twitch at that link. And you should find the poll. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Goddard, Agnes or Coleridge. What's the easiest faction to start with in this mod? Yeah, I would definitely agree with what Chad is saying with the Heaven's Gate, these guys. They're basically Fallout Steampunk Edition. So they have access to some of the new mechanics, but not so much to overwhelm you. They're fairly small and self-contained, and they're very powerful. Like they can absolutely hold their own. They get access to steam-powered power armor, basically. So it won't ever be as powerful as the Brotherhood, but Brotherhood tends to be like this big. That's one of the Brotherhoods. Though some of them can get pretty big. Texas is also a decent place to start, although you do have a fair number of wars early on. Yeah, no, I'm going to stick with what I said, Heaven's Gate. Say first, you can do a rerun with somebody else. That's great. Done. Hey, Coleridge did get some votes. I was a little afraid that he wouldn't. So, Coleridge came in last place with just 4%. Not exactly destined for a political career. Goddard put up a good fight, coming in second place with 37% of the vote, but it is ultimately Agnes with a 59% who managed to win. And yeah, if that had been a fully legitimate vote, that would have been overwhelming. Agnes and Goddard got roughly the same number of, shall we say, corporate votes. Coleridge didn't get any. Coleridge was the only one who was completely above board. Actually, that kind of feels about right. But Agnes wins. Democracy has arrived. Dr. Agnes, the Tandy of Colorado. Stability and political power gain. Cool. Ouroboros took 3 states. Unitar have been annexed. Are some of the options in Old World Blues locked behind DLC mechanics? I have no idea, actually. I don't think they're locked behind them. For example, if you don't have, I think it's no step back, then you don't get some of the medals that your infantry units will start with.
Honored to speak with
These
you,
guys. You have each medal. What medal's that? You have several. The long trek medal. Cost political power. I do not want to be spending political power right now. How are the occupations looking? Decent. Oh, the Ghoul Volunteers is actually giving us compliance gain. Always true? That is always true. Huh. Fascinating. But I think what I'll probably need is to fill in one of these next. And probably get some of the cultural advisors. Ah, Agnes is no longer there, so we don't get the compliance gain anymore from her. That's a little unfortunate. But we wanted to get Valentina, because Valentina's about to get supercharged. Played as the glowing ones that start next to the baggers, and the event tracker said I could click something, but the option wasn't in the tracker or whatever it's called. You mean the decisions? Decisions are base game, though. National focus completed. Proclaim the new Colorado Republic. And there we are. We are the other NCR. That's not going to get confusing. I like the idea of getting that extra monthly population soon. And getting rid of the Lost Expedition would also be nice. That gets rid of the resistance growth speed and the compliance gain penalty. And your political power gain would be very nice. Valentina Meno is a story much like Agnes. Encouraging her efforts will surely reinforce Agnes's own efforts to build a better, fairer Colorado. Hello. 30th PA, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. Actually kind of curious, how many areas of the map are actually radioactive? Because the only one I've seen is here. Like, not even... this area is. It's just up. Maybe they just haven't updated the map with all the radioactive areas. Also, what is loss? Like, what city? Lone Star is Austin. No, Austin's Austin. Dallas? No, Dallas is over there. Is that not Houston? Yeah, my geographical knowledge of the American South is far less than the American North. 2 spots around Boulder as well, but they're very concentrated around here. No. No, I think Cheyenne is legitimately the only radioactive waste. Oh no, Dead Man's Junction is too. See, I think this is a new terrain type that they've only just started adding. Estados Unidos Mexicanos is at war with El Ejércitos. This is the big war between those guys, which may well be enough to save the Alamo chapter, because they have been cut off. Yes, they have. Oh no, they can still supply through British Republic, so never mind. Technology! What did we just get? Smoke signals. Let's get the radio. Casualties have been suffered in the big war. NTR Legion. 20,000 to 45,000. NTR is losing by far more troops. That's not ideal. Still a bit of the sorrows. I think they're trying to find out canonically what areas are heavily nuked. Dayglow crater is heavily radioactive, south area of the Sorrows. Bomb station 002. That was mentioned. That's where the sleepers were, wasn't it? Nope, that's White House. But that was mentioned explicitly in the Baggers backstory. But yeah, I suspect that the radioactive is a new terrain type. So actually having ghouls, which are like specialists in it, not that helpful. Okay, so resistance is dropping, so that's nice. Loss is manageable. And compliance is growing very nicely in Hangdog's territory in particular. And seeing as we are now the new Colorado Republic, I do think that we should probably take out the Hangdogs. Because then, sorry, Dog City rather. Because then we could potentially proclaim Dog City as the capital. Keep the Legion out of Vegas. Who they have? NCR is actually winning. We're about to retake Hidden Valley too. That's a cutoff. They can't move through there. And there we are. We have completed refined warfare, so our special forces are going to be very powerful. Right, I totally forgot to do these. I think the one that I kind of want to do is start getting aircraft. I feel like that's the part of the puzzle that we're missing. Well, in real world geography, Lost was placed somewhere around Hardin, Texas. Right, I forgot I asked that. So, Austin's down there. It's the end of that river, whatever the Austin River is. Time for some map fun. Let's actually incognito mode this because I'm aware that Google likes to show up where I live. I don't particularly want to broadcast that into it. Okay. San Antonio. Oh, Houston's in the south. I was completely wrong. Hang on. Boop, over there. So Dallas is up here. Lone Star is west, almost due west, and Lost is west of that. There's Austin. So let's see where this river goes. Yates. Junction. Oh no, still going. Sonora? I don't think these cities actually exist. Abilene? Lone Star is Albine, that place. No, that's not it, that's Abilene. Yeah, so these are cities that don't actually exist. Okay. I suspect that Albuquerque is too far away. Yeah, Vegas is... No, is that Vegas? That's a different Vegas. That's New Mexico. Las Vegas is there. Yeah, I knew it was a different Vegas. It's like, you can't have two cities named the same thing. That's cheating. East and then east. No, west. The other east. Might be Lubbock. I think we came to the conclusion previously, actually, that Lone Star is Lubbock. I vaguely remember. Oh, Lubbock's a real city. It's carbon. There's Lubbock. So Lubbock is just north of Los. So yeah, Los would be in here somewhere. So yeah, it doesn't exist. Cinder is on the map. There's Cinder. So it's due west of Cinder. Wrong map. Now I've lost Cinder. There's Cinder. So it's basically La Mesa. Los. It's even there. Los Ibanez. That is a tiny town. But we found it. It actually exists. So yeah, slightly different, slightly different world here. Then Lone Star is roughly halfway would be about there. Due north of Coleman. So where's Cinder gone? I've lost it already. It's Dallas. Dallas is there. I think it's Abilene. Lone Star is Abilene. Cool. Back to the game. Because it's not relevant to us. So if the NTR is actually kicking Caesar's Legion out of Las Vegas, maybe this is the time for us to join. So 42 days, just want to keep an eye on this. 618. It's roughly 900 days. Still have the old holodiscs coming in. So maybe we do extend healthcare. And then the Northern Front against the Legion. So I can start taking some of the northern stuff. Let's do this first. Recalling her own experience of being marginalized, Valentina has proposed that we extend healthcare coverage to people in all walks of life. And she does mean all walks of life. No country can be free where sections of its population are shunned and mistreated. Because I want Dog City. At the very least. Naval invasion against Tucson. They have a river crossing. We have 100 political power, so we want to bring in Valentina Meno. That compliance gain should be very helpful now. And then we can start coring things, and also this resistance is now below danger zones. So we really should be losing very little in those occupations. So my manpower numbers are a little concerning. Ouroboros declared war on Crazy Horns. It's going to keep Ouroboros and Diana busy. She kind of got themselves around it though. True Khans declared war on the Ruminators. Ejecito Mexicano took 9 states. Alamo was annexed. Oh dear. Oh, so I guess Provisional Republic wasn't in that war. They did get cut off and destroyed. And Estados Unidos Mexicanos is... what's this? It's not Rio Grande. This is somebody else. They're quite big, so maybe they'll be able to put up a fight against Ejecito Mexicano. Meanwhile, the Aztecs and the Incas are fighting. It's an alternate Rio Grande. Ah. I didn't realise that their whole focus tree changed like that. Crazy Horns are getting obliterated. Oh, I have a technology available. Not very. We could do the industrial fertilizer for the extra population growth, and I think that would be useful. That also gives me 500 more manpower. I have the experience. Colorado Rangers. I want to add our Armor Fire team to you. I have enough resources. In fact, this only costs 3. Could also give you power armor support if I wanted to. Don't think that really adds much to you, though. No, it doesn't. There we go. Healthcare has been extended. I think it's time for us to join this war against the Legion. Board with any member of Dharma's Way. We'll change their faction name. Because if we spread down here and the NCR spreads across here, we might well get a border with them. That is a beautiful cutoff. 2 of them. NCR is crossed. Then yeah, let's see if we can take some of the pressure. Kaisar's dogs have made their way into Colorado. With the NCR poised to fight in the Mojave, it's our duty to bring their fight to them here. Let's do it. Huzzah! Warbird coming in with a 93-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support. 7 more off the 3 digits. Getting very, very close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a big standing rock. Yeah, I noticed there was a big standing rock up there. It's taken down everyone around them. Here comes the Legion. First thing I want to do is reduce the length of this front line. Ouroboros took 5 states, Crazy Horns are gone. Time to bag some legionaries. Absolutely. Chems as a fact of life. This should remove even more of the pressure off of the NCR if we've done that. Gliders. Alright, let's go and get proper planes. Motorized flight. Did I get the aquifers? Oh, I already did the aquifer thing, didn't I? Yes, I did. Stimpaks. Did I get Stimpaks? I did. Stimpaks was something. Seeing any requires there. Stimpak. Okay, so we can actually wake up the code research facility. Save. Just in case it slaps me in the face again. So this is going to be the water mechanic. If you go Goddard, does having Robot City give you anything in the tree? No. No. It would make sense if it did, though. Challenge, opportunity, discipline, ethics. Well, how would you like it if they scooped your fucking brain out and put it in a jar? Matchbox grumbled, taking another long draw in his cigarette. Well, they're immortal, right? They're literally put in this gel, taken directly from the Stimpaks. I'd like to live forever, the other private pointed out. Yeah, sure, you live forever until a bullet goes right through your chassis. See, this is why they put us out there, Rook. It's because they don't think. Besides, if you're inside one of those things, what do you even have to live for at that point? Can't drink booze, can't eat food, hell, can't even take a shit. Matchbox shivered before the cold wind. The cutting-edge medical technology, Rook pointed out. Yeah, cutting-edge technology from before the war. Only just now figured that out how to stuff the poor suckers in. Matchbox put out his cigarette on the side of the dome. I swear, Rook, scientists took so long asking if they can do something and not long enough if they should. That's why the bomb was created after all, right? Ah, so it's just ahead of time in the next medical tech. Okay. Oh wait, that was the other thing. That was the research center. This one just requires reactor access, which I'm fairly sure we've already done. Yes. A man out of time. Waking from cryosleep is a disorientating process. One moment, you're nothing. You have no consciousness, no feeling, no concept of the passage of time. The next thing you feel is pins and needles along the fingertips, slowly moving up the arm to your shoulder, then down to the chest. Your brain waves feel sluggish as you try to process your new surroundings. It's like a baptism, except of fire, it's with ice. Quite literally, you are born again. It's a slow process that takes place over a period of days. One wrong move, one rushed melt, and your heart couldn't stop. DeMarcus couldn't remember much, only that his name was DeMarcus Jones and that he worked with robots. Something vague about a school, something vague about something called an America. Impressions. Shadows on a wall. A man with a shiny bald head approached him. My name is Dr. Goddard, he said. I need your help so that centuries of lost knowledge aren't lost forever. Dr. DeMarcus Jones was a bit groggy, but he knew that he shouldn't care about that sort of thing, even if all he cared about right at that moment was how bright the lights were. After centuries of darkness, why do lights have to be so bright? Why did this man in a lab coat have a light bulb for a skull? It was hard to focus, too much stimulus all at once. All he could do was nod. Armitex, welcome aboard, bedhead. These ones. That requires New Colorado. We got that. I think I've done all of them except for the power armor. Oh, the rockets here. Requires engine advancement. I'm a long way from that. And this requires high power optics. I think we're close to that one. That's... I've seen that. It's not what I thought it was. I thought it was one of these. Robots. There, high power optics. That's a long way away. What was that one for? Robobrain. Okay, so there's two left. High power optics and the advanced jet engine. Oh, power. Three of them. Power armor. Alright. Now, I don't think I want to recycle the old holodisks, because that's using more and more of the advanced components. What I can do is purchase empty holodisks. 700 days remaining. We're down to 800. And this is only going to continue decreasing. Don't think I need to do any more. More and more Legion troops arriving on the border. Now some of their infantry are getting here. Oh, you know what? Hey, that's for you in order. Well, I'm about to kick off this war with no manpower. I'm sure it'll be fine. Probably need to do a 2-year conscription soon. Needed for it. Want to avoid the 4-year though. Standing Rock took 63 states. Freedom's Army took 9. Republic of... Whoa. They're even bigger! Republic of Three Rivers, Metis Congress, Old Believers, Iron Confederacy, and the State of Moose Jaw were all annexed. They didn't even have a custom focus tree. This is just the Native American one, isn't it? Or maybe not. It is custom. Cool. Well, they just need to take out the Church of the Silo, and then this whole area will be pretty well consolidated. And there we are. War! Deploy the Breakwater Battalion. 5 divisions of Marine companies fitting out the Colorado Expeditionary Force will report for duty. The Legion could theoretically naval invade me, but they'd have to come all the way through here. Yeah, that's a really long way. I don't think they're going to do that. So, let's give it a go. You attack. You attack. Green. I'm not attacking with my militia. So it turns out that my mechanized absolutely pulverized their infantry. It's my special forces guy using a freaking sword. So yeah, by far and away my strongest unit is definitely the mechanized. Ribbit City is about to fall. Across the river. But the attack into Dog City is going to be a bit more of a challenge. Special forces of their own. The Slayer of Alien Gods. Canadian People's Front took 24 states. Great Stampede were annexed. Resistance. Primitive radio. Let's get regular radio then. The plan here is working. Gonna sweep down here and then try to cut them across. Cut across to cut them off.
What's up?
You've used barely any of your planning prep. This is good. Guardian Brotherhood declared war on the NCR. That's you guys. Fortification Master. This is very similar to the Rogue Rangers focus tree. In fact, it just seems to be a reflavoured Ranger focus tree. Well, I should have taken some of the pressure off the Kaisar's Legion by doing this. Let's make sure you guys are focusing down here on this southern bit. Rivet City is about to fall. We have double the factories that they do. We are now in Northern Dock City. That's why I put my special forces over on that side. Because they're better at fighting in urban. We have hit 100 boost to power. Glory falls. After hours of street fighting, El Jacito Mexicano has finally taken the city of Gloria. Oh yeah, they are pushing in hard. That's because the Freesighters and Viceroyalty are also at war with them. So Mexico is also consolidating slowly but surely. Motorized guys leveled up, level 4, nice. So probably bloody mess. Or gun nut. We have fire teams already, so gun nut I think would be a better choice for you. Which reminds me, we should probably make sure to research mobile fire teams if I haven't done so already. I should also research these. And that. Am I able to add them? NCRA, Raiders. Oh, we already have. Never mind. They already are using them. You could probably use some chems. Power armor support. Does that slow you down? No, it doesn't. Doesn't affect you that heavily either. Recon's the only other one that might be useful for you. I would say probably. Let's go ahead and do that. They have their own chariots coming in. Mine are better! Special forces are struggling on the crossing. But they are trying to fight across a river and there's only 4 units of them. We do have another 3 in training. Cypher's declared war on Dinatar. Counterattack. Deploy the Breakwater Battalion. Done. Those are more infantry that go into the infantry division. That's led by you. Super elite. Secure the Rubicon. Torchbearers of Colorado. Defense bonus against Lanius. Defense bonus against Caesar for half a year. Claims and War Girls and Ouroboros. We're not fighting them. The off-map dockyards could potentially be nice. But I need to have taken the Sleepers, Old Bones, and Ouroboros. I don't think that's going to happen. Let's secure the Rubicon. Though we may not have to cross the Colorado River, crossing over this state will be our undertaken ordeal. And it is what I'm working on. So there. Industrial fertilizer is ready. It's the extra manpower which I need. I will take the construction speed. What am I low on? Nothing. Beautiful. Really have been inflicting damage on them. It's those fire teams. Dinatar is a Legion ally. They're all the way down there. MTR is well across that river, but having just that one crossing is a little nerve-wracking. You definitely need to take out Nellis. No, the bombers! They fell to the Legion. Unacceptable. Let's see your current orders. So that you lot need to get to there. You lot need to get to there. Carry on. Ejecito Mexicano took 29 states. Man, Estados did not put as big a fight up as I expected them to. They're putting up some stiffer resistance now. How's the occupations coming along? Max and Expedition also need to put Wasteland Classification on for you. Because we're out of manpower, we're not garrisoning properly. Ouroboros declared war on dead horses. No worries, baseless. Provisional Republic of Texas declared war on Cypher. So. Tribes. Random tribe number 3. 0.7621. We assign you all to that front for now, just to take out this pocket, and then we use it to try to punch across towards Colorado Springs to cut off hangdogs. Standing Rock took 7 states. Church of the Silo was annexed. They did it. That is a really beefy Standing Rock. They might actually be the largest nation now. No, NCR I think still is. Kind of a scary White Lakes too. Them versus Bolt City would be an interesting fight. My armor is not thick enough against them. They do not have anti-tank in their infantry. I think, generally. Some of them do. power armor guys just having a whale of a time just throwing themselves across this river. It's just experience. Secure the Rubicon, so we should now have better defense against those guys. That's basically everything I think I can do against them. I want to tick off the Ouroboros. So how about we build up our brawny side a bit? And get that pre-war infantry kit, whatever it does. Oh, have researched basic infantry equipment and overcharged ammunition. Basic infantry equipment. That's that. Oh, one of these. There's pre-war infantry kit. It's not as special. But it does give my motorized another 5 organization. Walking infantry being militia, but not special forces. Yeah, I'd definitely like to get service rifles. Sometime soon-ish. A good general remains ready to oversee our military affairs. With Agnes firmly in control of the country, he can now focus squarely on these matters and not waste energy on Goddard. Works for me. Does this count as a defensive war? It does! Haha! Perfect. There's Living Hope, that entire crossing. Living Hope is that one province that I had such a hard time defending. Yes, it is.
Hello.
We're about to get you effectively surrounded, so good luck. Pushing off these guys. There we go.
Yeah.
Just let our troops get into position and actually fortify this. And then we'll turn around and begin the cut-off offensive.
Yeah.
Depending, of course, on being able to hold that. We did get some more dockyards, so I guess more convoys. And we have enough political power to get to your conscription. Sterling. Progress has ticked down, not up. Is it possible to get above level 10 now? No, level 10 is the maximum. Yeah, there should be some militia units on the way over. Once they have
What is it?
sufficiently dug in. Just let them do their thing.
Honored to speak with you, sir.
You guys may as well continue getting your planning preparation. Just don't be attacking anything.
Yeah?
Okay, you are starting to really lose troops, so how about you stop attacking now?
Hey.
Because we have also taken damage, mostly to manpower. But we should be able to recruit some more now.
Hey.
attack him with that. Yes, resistance is still a thing. I know. Let's have you lot attack there just to get me this river. I'll use that river as the basis for my intentions. Cut along the river this way. And now that these guys are fully dug in, it should be very difficult to push him off. How many troops am I short right now? 1,000. Did I set this up? I did. Well done, past me.
I'm to speak with you, sir.
But we should have... Yeah, we've relieved a lot of pressure off the NCR. They're well across that river now. And I think that's the last kind of big danger behind them now. Cyphers is on our side. Republic's Brawn, done. Colorado Military Academy. Actually, you know what? Let's get rid of the Newest Republic, because that drops... Sorry, let's do the Newest Republic to get rid of Lost Expedition, because that increases resistance growth and compliance, and requires garrisons. 20% required garrisons. That's going to save me a shit ton of manpower. Already a sense of hope and optimism is spreading through our fledgling republic. Agnes's efforts inspire the people who look to our states as their future, a place to call home. $591. Let's go drop off some bits and bobs to Bob in the bottom. Those. Those. That's it. That is another 120 days. You're at 711 now. And what I'm trying to do is check this. No, what I'm trying to do is check this. 690. I've done it. Amazingly, the NCR couldn't deal with the Legion before the NCR joined the war. Exactly. See, it's all about the NCR. Without the NCR wouldn't have won. It's official. Also, military factories. Am I short on anything yet? No. Ouroboros took 6 states. Dead horses were our next. Well, this time I'm going to say they deserved it for turning their back on New Canaan. How could you? Let's build more guns for the garrisons.
Yeah?
I will be fine.
What's up?
Attack.
Hey.
It's really Tucson that's putting up the most resistance here. Ejecito Liberador del Sur declared war on Ejecito Mexicano. That's the big Mexican war. No, it's not. So that Tlacloyan should be the big one, but they're fighting Aztlan at the moment. In fact, this is just a huge cluster going on. Motorized flight. That's not ahead of time. So let's just keep on going for the light metals. See, I was losing a lot of men though. Let's keep you guys focused on the prize here. Radio. Nice. Let's get long range radio then. Kaisar's Legion broke my ciphers. That is unfortunate. Whole lot of things being blown up in my rear. Because I've really not got the manpower available for this. The state of New Vegas, the flag of the two-headed bear, flies over the Vegas Strip today after President Aaron Kimball signed a formal declaration annexing the Mojave into the New Caledonia Republic as the state of New Vegas. With the Legion eliminated as an immediate threat, the NCR has been able to secure its existing holdings and finally take control of the city of New Vegas itself. This ends the year-long Mojave expedition, which saw the NCR suffer significant attrition in attempting to maintain control of the region. Without the Legion, who's left to challenge the bear? The giant sea. Or something like that. I don't know, what is like the state symbol of Colorado? Canadian People's Republic declared, or front declared one middle mark. That's those ones. Alright, let's get ready for the cutoff. Push me back. Stop that. The compliance is going. Not amazing. I do kind of wonder if maybe I should stop attacking quite so much just to let my rear echelons recover, because the more damage they take, the more damage I as a whole will take. I'm pretty comfortable just holding what I have taken thus far. The Legion does seem to be rebuilding themselves up here, though. There it is, the newest republic. Right, that should have just freed up a bunch of manpower. It doesn't seem to have. Do any of these give more manpower? Max planning factor, that's nice. And construction speed. Cheyenne Ruins becomes an economic node. And there's the special forces. Sophisticated ones, but we're not at that level yet. Occupation appeal. Let's research my expert. Support. Choose the capital. Yeah, I want to take Dog City before I choose the capital, though. I think going down this path is probably the way. The fundamental support of any state economy: fields that feed the hungry, and factories that give them a standard of living. Yeah, that is a 50% bonus in agriculture, which would be useful. Oh, I don't have... I can't go to these. I don't have sophisticated. The day needs to roll over. Pretty sure the day has rolled over. Provisional Republic of Texas declared one last launch. could do. Let's get out to extensive patrols. Which frees up some manpower for the other areas. Factories. You know what I should do is I should get dogs. They're good for suppression. I have the production for it. In fact, I'm thinking maybe I should add another PA fire team and another spec ops to these units. Oh, that goes over the limits. No, I can't do that. Really want to change you. I mean, what I'm really waiting for would be mobile demolitions. So that's going to drop my organization a lot. Change the steel rangers to
speak with you, sir.
No.
Hey.
You should be a Colorado Ranger unit. That's why you were taking so much damage. You don't have the power armor support. Like the actual power armor support. Then the next things we want to start doing is getting more inclusive for the ghouls, because that's going to give us recruitable population factor and compliance spread. So we want to try to get this to inclusive as soon as we can. Whitelegs declared we're on the Sorrows.
Hey.
A very sorrowful day. Sorrowful day. The fall of Xiacalco, an unforeseen catastrophe. After a long and arduous campaign against Nuevo Aztlan, Excantlayoyan forces are finally carved their way into the mountainous capital city of Xochicalco. Taking control earlier today, mountain warfare units as well as special operations forces were engaged in heavy fighting against the Eagle Warrior Cult and the Jaguar Warrior Cult soldiers, who were deployed in an effort to buy Nuevo Aztlan's elites and civilians time to escape the ensuing bloodshed. That's Nuevo Aztlan. Chichen Itza's now looking kind of scary. Big naval invasion, but still haven't got any of those crossings. The attack on Flagstaff is beginning. We're definitely getting manpower to these units, so it's spreading. We can now get the separated ghoul battalions, which will be dropping our organization a bit. So it goes. Our organization's already pretty high. More factories! I don't know. I already have loads of all of this stuff. I mean, what I could start doing... No, I can't, because I'm... Yeah, yes, I can. Is getting scrap bots. Because scrap bots have good suppression, don't they? Do you have 6? Go to you. 13. So we'll need a lot of robots. But that would... They have hardness, so they would take less damage from low resistance. Manpower! No manpower.
Yeah?
I always take the first basic robot tech because of efficiency. Yeah, there is no VOD. It's because it's still live.
Yeah?
What do you mean of yesterday? There should be. People have told me they were watching it. Yeah, we parallel. Content, video producer. Oh no, there isn't. No, that's today's. Factories and fields. Bricks done. Ramping up employment programs. More civilian factories in Fort Tandy. Colorado jobs for Colorado folks. And we got the research. That was bricks, which is you. I really don't feel like I need the industrial ones. My arms industry is already absolutely booming. Dogs. I do want to research dogs so I can add them to the police forces. And then, you know... That's a lot of stuff that needs repairing. Let's make sure that we have maximum infrastructure in Dome City because of all the upgrades there available. New Sterling as well. No point repairing stuff, it's just going to get blown up again by the resistors. Okay, you guys are very nearly fully recovered. Current manpower 0. I mean, my just being in the war has tied up all of these troops. The NCR has not had to deal with. North Cuba taken in a raid. An iconic twist of fate. The... ironic, not iconic. The capital of Broken Coast Pirates, North Cuba, has fallen to raiding party sent by the forces of Cuba Union. Naval infantry landed on the beaches of the Upper Columbia River in the dead of night, catching the small security detachment of North Cuba off guard. Okay, you guys are now fully strengthened again. So are you. Okay, my armies are basically back up to strength. Manpower spare. So this is manpower that should go straight to these. Free fighters want...
What is it?
Some volunteers. I would absolutely have accepted that. Organization 60. It is kind of interesting how some of these units are just not recovering. I'm missing something big.
What's up?
We are really just waiting for manpower to go up. Number go up. Slowly. The outskirts. Canadian People's Front took that. Flagstaff has fallen. The city of Flagstaff, long the seat of Caesar's absolute power, fell late last night to the NCR. Although Caesar stayed to command the defense until defeat was all but certain, even his military wisdom could not save the city, surrounded as it was by the New California Republic's earlier pincer movement. In his infinite wisdom, Caesar ordered the last stand, commanding his elite Praetorian Guard to fire on any units that attempted to desert. Ultimately, the order only served to delay the capture of the city by a day, although now sporadic fighting continues between invading forces and the Praetorian Guard units holed up in buildings. Caesar's palace also appears to still be holding out, although this might shortly change when the NCR's demolition teams get into position. How... Alright, I think it's time. Across the river.
Get down!
Ramping up employment programs. Hope for the downtrodden. Let's get that max plan and construction speed. One day, they'll all have a house now, a shining city on a hill. We'll just have to keep on building and building. Stop trying to go across the river. It's not your job. What are you not doing? You just lost like all of the momentum that you've just built up.
Hey,
What the heck?
what's up?
There you go. That was really good. Ooh, special forces. More of them available. Lovely jubbly.
Hello.
What the hell is that? Scrap tank. Looks cool though. Oh, across the river. Didn't actually want you doing that. Give it back to him. Have I recruited Valentino yet? Yes. There. Long range radio, done. 24 days left on that, 500 on that. There are 600 left here. Service rifle. 76 days. Let's go!
Come on!
Why are you attacking us?
Hey,
Leave the river alone!
I'm to speak with you, sir.
White Legs took 7 states, the Sorrows were next. You know what? I'm going to change
Come
rules slowly.
give me a reason.
Better. Train mongrels. Let's keep that leveling up so we can get some more of that suppression. And we are going to start building a lot of those. Just gonna switch from scrap box to tools. Get level 5, hope for the downtrodden is done. Nice. Let's expand home ownership. A home is one of the fundamentals of life. Let's ensure the people of Colorado have one to call their own. Imperio Mexicano declared war on El Jacito Mexicano. Don't think it can last very long. And Special Forces. It's your time to shine. She states declared war on Eureka. Lightweight metals done. Oh, I have to research. Right, the fighters, yeah. Let's get try playing attack this thing. Crimson Acolytes took 11 states. Timberline have been annexed. Don't press the river. Now I just need to hope that this line is going to have enough defenders to actually hold down there.
Hey.
So make sure that you guys have orders, just so you do. Yeah, those just merged. Nothing to do with that.
You dirty coward! Incoming!
Oh, I merged the special forces in. No, I didn't. What did I do?
Honored to speak with you, sir. Hey,
The infantry are yours.
you dirty coward!
These guys are yours.
What is it?
Advanced circuitry. Zax Tech, 516 days. 576 days. Let's go have a word. It's another 30 days, please and thank you. 606. So we have 100 days still spare.
What is it? You dirty coward!
Just want to get this cut off. And then these guys can turn around and start attacking up there. It's not you got it, this bit. Just have the special forces deal with that.
Get some! Yeah?
Yeah.
Frag out!
spend a moment just consolidating this.
Hey.
And go and close up that gap.
What's up? Yeah? Yeah?
Why are you trying to cross? Don't do that. That's...
You dirty coward!
Expanding home ownership, done. The guns of democracy. We won't have enough to put behind every blade of grass, but we'll get as many as we can to keep our way of life secure. Progress. Dinner is dead. That's nothing to do with me, so I don't care. Cyphers took it all. I'm okay with that. I've done more in this war than she has. She's lost 11 times more than I have. Come on, just take Steel Town. That's all I'm asking you for. Nine. And your entire front is guarded, so let's put you here. And get ready to push northwards.
Yeah?
Making money, that's good. I think this time I'm going to do a stop office plan. Ouroboros. Ouroboros? Spying on us? How dare you. He has a chariot, but we already control all of this, so not bothered.
Honored to speak with you, sir.
Now you can get that.
What's up? Hey.
Alright, let's go close this pocket. We have a lot of decisions to take. I think we might want to start doing some military signing bonuses for that non-core manpower and weekly manpower increases so we can actually garrison everything. Because, yeah, that's going to be a problem. And I want to save the political power to core things as soon as those are available to core, because that's going to be a big boon in terms of manpower as well. Training programs, nice. Let's get on to the trained dogs. Dogs? Do you like dogs? Dags. Do you like dags? What? Dags? I like dags. No, dogs. Yeah, I like dogs. Guns and democracy. Ooh, 70% production efficiency. That's pretty nice. People with full bellies and stable home lives are the kind of people that can build a republic lasting centuries. Kaisar's Legion struggling a bit, though we have taken significantly more casualties than they have. service rifle. Let's get those into production. And then new technology. We can get the basic infantry equipment. I don't see any reason not to. Oh yes, I do. We just get some of the special forces kit. Duh. Kind of caught snoozing on that one. How are we doing for dogs? 78. We would need a lot more than that. 201. Ah, you know what we should also be doing? We should be doing the prototype mixed race battalions. Even more compliance gain and recruitable population factor. That should help. In fact, I think I might even just go straight on to inclusively represented armed forces. I know I wanted to save for the coring, but I think this is actually a better purchase. We can now get 95% recruitable. So we should get a bunch of manpower in to help out with all of these occupations. Because the hangdogs ones in particular are causing a bit of a concern. Caesar's Legion has broken my ciphers again.
You like that?
Chichen Itza Empire declared war on Ejecita Mexicano. That's a big war between these two. Tucson's almost dead already. There was something I was going to check. Auto experience. Let's make my vehicles even better. Then I think I'll probably increase the special forces. Once that hits 50, which it will very soon. Last Lodge was annexed. Ejecita Mexicano took 4 states. Imperio Mexicano has been annexed. And we've hit the southern end of Dog City now. Let's have you... focusing on this northern sector only. Those motorized aren't looking too healthy. Filling our basic needs. Done. In pursuit of lasting peace. It would be nice if we could live in a world where none of this was necessary, but we cannot afford to let our hopes be dashed by the terrors of the wastes. Walls, turrets, emplacements, all of these will protect what we've built. Provisional Republic of Texas took 3 states, Cypher had been annexed. Just close off that pocket nice and quick. It occurred to me that I do not actually want to trap the last remnants in here because it'll be impossible to kill. So we actually want to push them north, not east. So in fact, what I want to do is have you push more across here.
It's an honor to speak with you, sir. Hey.
Triplane attacker. Ah. What's that? My guys are beating the chariots, although the chariots are not to be sniffed at either, but my organization's just mightier. Good red nuts. Let's stick you on this front and just have you attacking into here, like so. And then I will press the button to attack when it is time to attack.
Come on!
Is the VOD coming up after the stream? You're the second person to be asking about that. I don't know why it's not displaying. In fact, I didn't even know it did display while still live. Like, are we talking about today's VOD or tomorrow's? Yesterday's even, not tomorrow's.
I've got you now.
Research. Let's... This does continue to give more suppression, so people with the dogs. How are we doing with dog production? 140. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start adding them to the police. And we'll see what kind of an impact that has. This. A couple of these are getting pretty close to being coreable, which is nice.
You dirty coward!
You guys are basically in position. Pursuit of Lasting Peace is done. Let's do a staff office plan again. Just to get your planning prep up and running. Ooh, I wanted to see what the Ranger Corps tech was. Fairly sure. It's one of these. There it is. Special Ops Platoon. Defense plus 10. Soft attack plus 10. That's pretty nice. I want that. Give me that. Agnes doesn't intend to meddle too much in military affairs, but she has some ideas of her own that she hopes Coleridge will oblige her. For one, she'd like to see a little investment in their gear.
Hello.
Alright, let's finish this. Dog City's mine! And I want what's mine. Today, it's normally it goes up 30 to 45 minutes of people being live, so I can go back and watch from the beginning. There's nothing for today. Weird. I wonder if that's a side effect of using copyrighted music in the intro. It might be. We cut them off, yes we have. It's just completely surrounded. So our contribution to this war is about to rise sharply. Distance is a pain, I know. Kit. Nice. We should definitely start producing kits and pure gold nuts. Officiates the Colorado Rangers. The Rangers were already an institution in many places beyond the NTR. Their fortunes may have faded, but we'll put them on the map in Colorado if nowhere else. Yeah, we will. Our power armor wearing Rangers. Speaking of power armor, I should probably continue upgrading them. So it rolls around. It's just occurred to me that you may not have orders anymore. You didn't. White Legs declared we're on the Anointed. Oh, there's the true cards. Yep, the cards do have a focus tree. Quite a big one. Three small pockets remaining. Cut off there too. This one's about to fall. The units to the south here seem to be pretty well equipped considering how much they've lost. But their losses are definitely rising sharply. Boris captured again. Military training. Do they need more? It's ahead of time, so no. We are, however, going to go for the auto injectors to try to ensure that we save as many of our people's lives as we can. Need to be at 100. Oh no, 95. They must not be adjacent to cores I already have. Yeah, it's not. That's why. Deploy all of you.
Hello.
Not that it really matters anymore.
Come on! Had enough?
Ranger Corps. Complete. Should put you around Pueblo City to push into that. And leave this last little bit to the motorized. Got some decent experience from that though. Oh no, he already had Fortress Master. Sergeant Alexander, meanwhile, leveled up. Level 6. What are you doing for the terrain upgrades? Urban Assault you're getting closer to. Division recovery rate might be really helpful for you. Supply consumption would be really helpful for you. Motorization demolitions. Motorized demolitions would be good for you. You know what? Let's do that. And this reminds me, I need to research demolitions. Also need to get a focus going. Anyone can be an officer. 40 Special Forces minimum capacity. Also 1% recruitable pop. That sounds excellent. The NTR is fundamentally egalitarian, but that doesn't mean a woman is never mistreated. Here in Colorado, Agnes will make it policy to ensure women in uniform get their fair chance to rise through the ranks. Monoplane attacker. Engine advancements. And let's also start producing some monoplane attackers. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's get a couple more civilian factories. Places that we've built up the infrastructure. Completely surrounded. Perfectus Tertius lost. And Hangdogs is ours. Or not Hangdogs, Dog City is ours. Oh right, that's another trade node. Awesome. Well, I guess we just start pushing south now. My goal at this point is going to be Castra Sol Reverum. Do I have to hold it, or can anyone in my faction hold it? I have to. Occupations are getting better. My cipher again. Ah, cheap doctrine. Vehicles. It's really cheaper. Let's get the planning prep. Water injectors done. That's ahead of time. Yes, I'll get these.
Hello.
Anyone can be an officer, and with that we should also get the extra manpower, which is fantastic. The arsenal of the NCR before we can do these. Cheaper and better demolitions, fire team and support equipment. That would be nice. We could stand to build a good stockpile of weapons. Be prepared. We're rather literally a New Republic, and that means a vulnerable one too. I think we're good. You start, you follow. Manpower's rolling in. Get up to just under 10% now. Canadian People's Front took 23 states. Americanada has fallen. Now it's just Standing Rock and Canadian People's Front. The pass keepers were just chilling. do have a focus tree. We're supposed to be the good guys. The dogs seem to be doing their job, yes. Across the river. Economic resurgence. Dog City is growing. We're gaining a bunch of bottle caps now. Good. Trade is good. Money is good.
What's up?
Finish that shot. How about we get into Bastion?
What's up?
Special Forces, meanwhile, have completely finished their objective,
Come
so
on, give me a reason.
keep going. Don't stop.
Yeah? What's up?
Standing Rock took 40 states, True Khans took 15, Montana and the Ruminators were capitulated. Flipping hell, Standing Rock! They still have a ton of manpower available. Oh, Claesar's Legion's very nearly dead. Let's throw in a save here, in case the peace deal is completely borked. Simple servos. NCR salvaged power armor. Salvaged power armor from the Maxon chapter. Let's do it.
Hey,
Arsenal of the NCR. Support the troops. To live through a battle, a trooper needs adequate support in a variety of fields. Medicine, specialized tools, you name it. We'll look into getting more and better.
what's up?
There it is. We did not get a lot of stuff out of that participation. So, I definitely want all of this bit. Maybe. Did I give those up? No, those are mine. NCR took 129 states. NCR took 15 states. Caesar's Legion was annexed. Tucson was annexed. So unfortunately we didn't get Victus. Having a Red Sun Republic down there to basically control this section would have been kind of cool. But we have our border with the NCR now. So that's good. Can I start pouring it? Yes, I can. Let's do some of that. Get manpower. Because now the occupation begins. Let's increase the control level. White Legs took 4 states. Eurobear, thank you very much for the follow. NCR took 12 states. Guardian Brotherhood was the next. There goes MedX. We're going to Wasteland Pacification once more. So that we can get the compliance faster. Tempted to disband these guys to aid in that. Kind of depends on whether it needs the manpower or not. Doesn't really look like it. We're still recruiting. He's completely pacified now. I think we're good. I think we're good. Do you come with more suppression? You do, another 20%. Do it. What was found in the bunker? Ooh, all kinds of things. The main thing, though, is the Zax that we're still trying to repair. This guy. Do I have any way to increase his strength? No. And what I'm basically doing is, so long as Project Sisyphus doesn't run out before Zax's technology is finished researching, then we basically win.
Yeah.
I now have a border with the NCR, which is going to be having a horrible time securing all of that territory. So I think what I'm going to do is put a front line against Diana and Ouroboros.
What's up?
Because yeah, I'm pretty happy with the strength of the new Colorado Republic right now. We have a lot of repairs and things to get done. But then once that's all completed, our economy is going to be astonishing. Because look at all of these factories we have to repair. Half tempted to deprioritize those, but no, I don't think I will. Shifting alliances. Arroyo joined the NCR. Arroyo announces alliance with the NCR. A large crowd gathered in Shady Sands underneath the twin statues of Aradesh and the Vault Dweller to witness the birth of a new alliance. Led by the famous Chosen One, Arroyo and the new California Republic earlier today signed a new treaty formally inducing the Oregon nation into a military pact with the Republic while keeping its independence intact. The Chosen One was seen speaking with the President at the foot of the statues, wearing the very same vault suit and Pip-Boy the grandparents wore when they first arrived in Shady Sands many decades ago. President Aaron Kimball, in a speech, stressed the historical link between the people of the NCR and Arroyo, where neither would exist without the other. Time will tell if the partnership impacts the Republic's growth into Oregon. The bear unites with its oldest friend. Troll Warren still exists. Although, considering the strength of the NCR right now, I don't think that's ever going to be a problem. And I should probably look into expanding into these guys. I mean, I have CBs for it, right? Yes, I do. Cypher's the only one that I don't. You do have your own focus tree too. Fighting through all of this, though, is going to be an absolute pain. Well, no, not necessarily. I have really good special forces. So maybe that's what we do next. East Rio Grande. So this. I am wondering if I want to do Vevictis just to see what happens with this. I think I will. And then I want the painter thing. I forget how to do that though. Can't just search for console, it doesn't work that way. Play for console commands. This is also going to help the NCR because they're not going to be trying to control so much land. And the command I'm looking for is paint, occupation paint. What's it called? OP. Oh, that's not the whole state. That's just on a province basis. Hold down control, however, and it does the state. Still want headphones on. That did not do what I expected it to do. So, focus tree. Just sandals. Oh, you're right. Oh, owner NCR controller. That's not intended. Should be owner change. This is gonna crash. Ah! Damn it! It's fine. There's a save. Well, in that case, I'm going to take a quick 3-minute break. I'm streaming for longer than I intended, but also I think we can probably finish this today in the next hour or so. So take a break, stretch your legs, do what you got to do. We'll be back again in about 3 minutes once the game loads. So back in a second. Alright, I'm back. Let's try that again, shall we? So once this has been loaded, we want to do these bits again, but for that, let's do FF, do Vevictus, which spawns those guys. All core land of Caesar's Legion is owned by the NCR. Sorry, New Colorado Republic. Subjects or allies. We're not currently allied to the NCR because we're not actually in the NCR faction. So maybe I temporarily do that. You're not at war with anyone, right? No. So let's do that as well. See if the tags work. I don't know what the different tags are, so let's go to debug mode. I am tag bag. So that land is now owned by us. Owned by us or a puppet. Damn it! Press that too soon. We will make this work. Probably. Occupation paint is only controller. I do need to set owner. I don't think there's an occupation set owner control, unfortunately. Game should be loading. It's just taking its sweet, sweet time. Oh. I hadn't pressed a button. You must always press the button. This is still one of my favorite loading screens. I really like this one. Okay, let's try that again. So, what we're going to do... Let's read the requirements before I jump into things too heavily. Full control of Castrosol Abram, which releases them. We can do that now. Becomes owned and controlled Red Sun Republic. Transfer every state in New Mexico west of the Rio Grande owned by us or a puppet of ours to the Red Sun Republic. So it has to be controlled by us. And we have to be in the NCR. Then we'll do a save here. Now I need to take all of this land, which is going to be set owner. Select the state first of all. Start up here. Okay, that should be everything here. Let's save this again. That should be everything. Organize the New Mexican territories. Transfer every state in New Mexico west of the Rio Grande, owned by us or a puppet, to the Red Sun Republic. West of the Rio Grande. Is this the Rio Grande then? I have a bad feeling it is. Is your tag RSR Red Sun Republic? Okay, that makes sense. I could manually give them those chunks of land. but honestly, I'm not that bothered. Yeah. I think this must be the Rio Grande. They're supposed to get this side. I'm supposed to get this side. And I don't know that I can be bothered to mess with the NCR that much. So we're going to go back to the previous save, because I am paused while FF was on, which is not good. Because it's not just my nation that gets the all focuses available, it's AI as well. So who knows what shenanigans they did in that 1 second I unpaused the game. And then we're just going to continue from where we were. No changes. No Ve Victis. I can always trigger it later if I absolutely have to. If I want it to be like a new state set up between us. But the NTR at this point is kind of Western United States. Death Claws. I did see that Death Claws are a unit. I wonder if one of the nations is like a Death Claw nation. They are. I cheated them in on a playthrough and they're pretty powerful. I can imagine that. So it would be nice to have the Red Sun Republic just in here. I'm up here, and then the NTR has everything east of the Rio. Could have done it so I take all of this, trigger the right hand focus, and then give that right hand stuff to Ve Victis. Sorry, not to Ve Victis, to Red Sun Republic. It's not important. I was also kind of wondering if the NCR would start spitting out smaller nations, but it doesn't look like it. Right. So one of the things I would definitely like to do is call Dog City. Which is literally called Dog. Oh, it's not resisting. Huh. In that case, let's see what we can do with the capital of the NTR. Their decision, so I can do them at any time. And us in republics that need a shady sound of its own. We've got a few good candidates to choose from. Let's see what happens. And 350 days on Sisyphus, 245 on the Zax. The other thing I could do is go after Ouroboros. She's spying on me. You leveled up and I never gave you your new ability. I did pick what it was going to be. You're currently in charge of the militia. do that? No, it was routed. Because your whole job is just to stand and hold territory while the others do the attacking things. Troll Warren took 3 states, the Apostles were annexed, so Troll Warren is still growing. Chickasaw Muskogee Coalition declared war on Scrappers. And we have recruited everyone we can again. So we're only very slightly short on the manpower required. And as we core more things... So what's available? A couple of restoration things we can do too. There we go. Keep Cambaggers as the capital. Which we can only do if we've used a Gek on it. Relocate the capital to Dome City. Which we can only do if we're the intellectuals. From FOB to the capital of the state. New Sterling. Which you can only do if you're Coleridge. No Colorado without Denver. We core it. Then Dog City gets renamed to Denver. Or not quite Colorado, but still quite here. Turn Cheyenne into the capital. I think I want to take Dog City, so we'll wait on that. Let's do the... You know what, let's do that. Revitalize the lost capital. Cheyenne ruins become New Cheyenne. And it also becomes an economic node, which will be quite nice. Cheyenne was the capital of the old world state of Wyoming. It may not be part of old Colorado, but with great effort, perhaps it can be a wonderful part of new Colorado. And there's the engine advancement, which was needed for the rockets. Our Rocket 69s. Inside one of the many computer terminals, inside one of the many offices, inside the one and only Boulder Dome, there were some innocent-seeming schematics. Schematics of jet fighters not seen since before the war. If only there were some technology-staffed scientists along with some warhawk military minds who could salivate the very thought of an advanced jet fighter in this wasteland age, then perhaps these schematics could be put to good use. Put our best minds on them right away. Close air support gets more ground attack, more air defense. So we definitely want the ground attack. We get sophisticated air, don't we? Yeah, in fact, now. Heaven's Gate and High Chapel are fighting. Tariff relief is over. Right, can we sell stuff? Certainly sell pipe guns. We probably have hundreds of them. We have a lot of stuff. Inventory equipment, there it is. We have 1.4k 9mm. Let alone pipe guns. We have 1.1k of those too. And yeah, we have a lot of different types. And we are also gaining 55,000 bottle caps per quarter. And that's before we've turned New Cheyenne into a economic centre. So we have one there, and one there. Not too shabby. And we have finished here. Non-core manpower, outside auxiliaries. Although if I'm hoping to core every... No, this also gains compliance, yes it does. Resistance also goes up. Compliance gain. Fire team, soft attack, hard attack. Recruitable population factor, non-core manpower. Major Fleming might be very good for this. I think better officers and better training might also be nice. I think I'm going to take the NTRA recruiter, non-core manpower recruitable population. I think it's going to be a nice combo. And we are actually fully recruited. There we are. So now I just need to save political power. What happened to the old leader? Did he leave or retire? No, we just elected Agnes instead. Goddard's still around, somewhere. Coleridge is still our commander. Ah! NCR salvage power armor. Cool! That means we can come in here. One man's dream. The last plate was placed onto Chief Engineer Armstrong's power armor. This would be the most advanced suit the NCR had the means to produce alone. The General, of course, was eager to see the progress made on the suit. Not knowing it was already finished and ready to be tested, the designer drifted off to sleep, a small nap before a scheduled meeting, where he dreamed of his work immediately being put into production. Add technology, T-45D power armor. The Boulder power armor prototype. Boom. And how much better is it? More defense, more breakthrough, a lot more hardness, more soft attack, more hard attack, same speed, slightly more armor, same reliability, slightly more expensive to use, and then a bit more costly. And it does require more advanced components. Advanced, what are they called? Circuits. Let's get all the civilian factories repaired first. And then we can work on the mills. This is going to be a massive upgrade. Armor 30, hardness 66. Hardness 84, armor 40. Cybernetic enhancements also done for the DAGs, so they should have maximum suppression capabilities now. Wide focus lenses, because you are my anti-heavy. And then dynamite! So we can actually get the demolitions units established. Manpower's growing. Now we can recruit up to 102%, so yeah, we should get quite a lot more. And there it is, revitalise the old capital is done, so we have yet another source of income. And now, Project Hermes. The propulsion research on the third level was, while ambitious, misguided. This technology could revolutionise the way aeroplanes move, but instead it was wasted on space-exploring rockets. A short-sighted mistake our engineers can, and will, fix. Chickasaw Muskogee took 6 states, Scrappers ran next. Yeah, these two are fighting. That's going to be a colossal war. Labrador del Sur seems to be holding up front two. Even though they're fighting the free fighters as well. Then the winner of this versus the NCR would also be a big battle. Standing Rock. If they take out the Canadian People's Front, they're also going to be quite a large faction. You getting into your 90s. What should I need again? 95. And less than 20% resistance. I had kind of forgotten about that. Which is true from everywhere except for Dog City. Speaking of which, there. Dog City's there. It's not under the hangdogs anymore. Northern Denver. I'm gonna guess that's a cost issue. Yeah, 81. Lots of level 6 commanders at this point. Project Hermes done. We've got sophisticated air attack. Song of our people. A national anthem will help unify our new citizens in song and purpose. Find focus lines. Let's get the Gatling laser. Daka daka daka. You know what I'm meant to do? To go after Ouroboros. I still want to do that before somebody else does. Just connect to the Californian fleet. The simplest way to make a stable connection with California would be through the Colorado River. Of course, that solution will only be possible if we secure the ports at the banks. Standing rocks against Canada. Oh man, that's going to be huge. Defensive armament. Jet engines before I can do these. That is slightly ahead of time, however. So I think we should probably try to get up to Ranger veteran armor if we can. Researching. Standing Rock versus NTR would legit be kind of scary. Standing Rock declared war on Dramater. Crimson Acolytes against Troll Warren. If Troll Warren wins this, then they may also become a bit of a threat to NCR. Just because their units hit so hard. Okay, we got Dynamite! Actually finished. Oh, I have advanced construction. Oh. Exploitation, advanced construction, and yeah, tech. Right, I did want to upgrade these because we're kind of reliant on them. Gunports. Slows them down a bit, but means that they hit a lot harder. Heaven's Gate took 6 states, High Chapels are next. Now I feel like we could probably start doing some scavenging missions. Power armor. Okay, these guys have a lot of troops on that front. It's kind of scary. Am I about to make a terrible mistake? Maybe. Research. Actually, having those would be kind of useful. Some of the people that was on. A national anthem. Let's do it. And there we go. Wartime against Ouroboros. Which will pull in Diana. That I had not foreseen. 900 attack! How? Experience. Their enforcers are ludicrous.
Yeah?
More rangers. Oh yeah. Well, I would say let's do that. Let's also get another 5 of these. That's my manpower gone. How are they able to hit so hard? It's because their base value is 192 somehow. Which is like 5 times what I have.
Hey. Get down!
1,000 men already. How are they this strong? Like, seriously? What the hell? Logistics, demolitions, fire team, AP, and probably 10 units. That's not even the shark units, the enforcer ones. They just have a massive amount of support. Augmented human tech, sure of it. Yeah, probably. Bloody hell. How many do you need? Seven. Now, does repairing factories count? I don't know. Probably. They also have a huge army compared to us. I think, and industry. Alright, well, lesson learned. Don't fight Ouroboros. And that just crashed. God damn it. Once I have my sophisticated Air Force and Special Forces fully teched up, I'll probably be okay. But again, this is kind of playing into the fact that I've been struggling with technology throughout. And manpower. In fact, it's just been a struggle. It's been an interesting run, but a struggle. There are definitely nations I prefer more. Get that Ouroboros also has all of this. But blimey! Well, I definitely need to start actually training the units that I was able to train. So let's get them going. Let's get these 5 going. And now that I'm coring all of the lands that I've just taken, we are going to be able to have a larger force. I think it's also the fact that they had so many more troops than I expected to. Like, where I'm guarding each province with 5 divisions, they have 5 or 6. I think I was just thinking of them as this big rather than this big. Right, I should also be selling stuff to these guys to level up their opinion. those to sell. Pretty sure I have nothing to sell to Vancouver Mavens. How's the tech going? 100 days until Zax is up and running again. What's happened so far? Kaisar's Legion died. We've broken into the bunker thing. And we brought in Agnes as our new ruler. Celebrate the democratic process, more political power. This fine Californian tradition will serve us, as it will serve the people of the new Colorado Republic. And we're also going to core some more stuff. Like New Sterling. We still haven't cored New Sterling. Oops. Yeah, we should definitely do that. New Sterling has a big old population. And we are about to fix the dome, there is that too. Cheers. And Doctrine. Work smarter. Just need to get to 100 political power. Oh, 100 experience, then I can get the +5 soft attack and hard attack for vehicles. Which would be very nice. Oh, you know what? I still haven't done these. Keep forgetting they even exist. Rangers lead the way. Special Forces attack, defense, capacity, and... yeah, capacity. That would definitely be nice. We're getting through all of these repairs pretty quickly now, that's good. Gatling lasers done. Let's start working on the next thing. Nitrogen cooling, sure. Gatling laser research. That'll increase our firepower. Does this expire? New assisted care package does increase our compliance gain, but I think what I really want to do is increase our population growth. Plus 75% seems pretty huge. We'll get another 100 political power for this. Of course, the one that I really want to core is Dog City, which is getting there, slowly but surely. And in fact, we can turn Wasteland pacification off completely once we hit 100, which will free up a lot of manpower. As long as this doesn't go over 20%, which it doesn't. Now we're getting manpower. Defense hardness supply use. Yes, please. I think I might even start training up another set of motorized. The army's developing. In line with our newfound wealth and power and capabilities. 69 days. Nice. Still have you to research. Done all of those. We can still do the water and the scrap. The RoboBrain chassis research facility was not yet repaired. Ah, second Rocky's offensive is also available. Lets me go after the ciphers. That might be a softer target. They have a lot of free manpower and they have a big old industry. Would not be an easy fight. Especially not with all the choke points. It's basically here, and that's it. For that, I think we definitely need Air Force. So, noted, but not yet. Let's do the Military Academy. In lockstep with our efforts to establish local academic institutions, Coleridge will establish a military academy that will give us officers of a similar caliber for years to come. It has been humorously suggested the academy may be named in honour of Joanna Tibbet, as a cautionary tale of how her timidity necessitated the lessons taught at this academy. And we can core things. Or the Denver. Right, I can start actually producing monoplane attackers, and I think I probably should. Operative Court. Shame on you. Naughty naughty. Tut tut tut. Doesn't let me upgrade my air power, does it? No. Unfortunate. Now, one thing. In the doctrine, I went principle rather than purity. If I went purity, I would actually get air superiority buffs. 2 of them. 20%. Which is tempting.
Yeah?
So we should prepare for this war.
Yeah? Uh-huh.
While the training is ongoing. In fact, let's have you during the day training. Because we do have an air force and we should probably make use of it. How close are we to Dog City? 88. It is rising pretty quickly. Cooling. Flamers. No, wait. Jet engines. Let's start working our way towards the sophisticated stuff. The first block of the academy. Can you expect the look on her face? Coleridge commented as he and Agnes watched the builders setting up the academy's entrance. They were hoisting up a sign with the name written on it. She'll live, at any rate. Agnes felt the name was a bit mean-spirited, but she didn't want to fight Coleridge over silly gags. I hope you'll focus on the alleged intention behind the name, General. Don't you worry, I know what I'm doing. Always did. Coleridge stepped into the steps of the academy. Today, the frame of a building, not an instructor in sight. He gestured to the ongoing construction. Tomorrow, a school that teaches Colorado's officers how to best lead their people into battle. He turned to face the capital, his arms spread wide. Well, you've got the spirit for it, Agnes chuckled. She wasn't a woman of war, but she knew that the future would lead the people with Coleridge's acumen. Would need people of Coleridge's acumen. Prepared, protected. Can't do that until I have basic infantry equipment. We can, however, start from the Republic's brain. Goddard may have fallen from power, but he remains with us. His expertise and passion for research will be a boon in building our own academic base. I'm a little surprised that we can't give him a job. Oh, the other thing we do need to do, now that we're starting on aircraft, is making sure we have Victoria flyers. Do that. I know I really want to save political power, but we really need that. And we should also make sure that we are selling stuff to these guys where possible. Oh, we don't have that many scrap trucks. "31 days. We're getting there. We're getting there." Affected storage. And finally, engine overclocking. Oh, it needs rubber refinement too. Quite a few nice upgrades though. How many dogs do I have? 200. I wonder if it's worth adding them to these. It's a pretty hefty drop in organization. Support PA would be better. Do I have that kind of demolitions in storage? I do actually. Can't add the extra spec ops. Oh no, we can't. Let's cancel 2 of these and make these just bigger. Should be 84. Can we save that? don't slow you down. Dogs for you might be a good upgrade. A lot more soft attack breakthrough. Only lose 4 organization this time. Yeah, for you it probably is worthwhile. It also speeds you up even more. And then motorized demolitions. Do that instead. That's better. Yeah.
What is it?
Ranger patrol armor. That's going to be useful. Get those ballistic fibers up and running. Upgrade you to range control. I think this is part of the reason we did so badly against Ouroboros. I'd forgotten how old my ranger kit was. New Cheyenne is, yeah, level 0. Noted there, buddy. Robot Brain, done. University of Colorado. We can't expect to build a better campus than the Boneyard University overnight, but with Goddard's help, the University of Colorado in Boulder will become a shining beacon of the state. What's the difference between basic research speed and research speed? Can we move the capital to Boulder? We can, but I want to move it to Denver once I've caught it. Seeing as we control it. It also changes the name of Dog City to Denver. Economic growth in Cheyenne. Nice, nice. I think I should probably invest and do that. Just keep promoting it. Oh! Dog City's only level 3. New Sterling is actually leveling up as we get more factories and things repaired and built. Good. Good, good, good. Come on, I want to upgrade you again. Zach's tech. We've done it. Save! Make sure I haven't screwed this up royally. 102 days remaining. Alright. 5th floor, Boulder Dome. Let's have a word with you, Zax. We have the technology. The Boulder Dome's axe will finally be restored to working order. Project Sisyphus will finally succeed. When completed, atop the steepest hill. Save Zach's computer, gives me political power, construction speed, a lot of research speed and factory output, plus we can, direct it. Success at times seemed impossible for the second Colorado expedition. You're telling me. Exiled to a camp far from their targets, fighting armies of ghouls, then having to fight an entirely separate war against time itself to save the facility. It sometimes felt as if the only way to succeed would be to cheat. But you didn't cheat, did you? No? I reloaded one save. Goddard and the scientific minds of the second Colorado expedition certainly couldn't have. They worked through the years with minimal sleep and no rest to try and make this facility not just survive, but thrive. And through the combination of their wits and your own, you succeeded. Through the combination of the strength of arms of the NCR troopers and rangers of your own tactical mind, you succeeded. And with the preservation of the dome, Goddard could finally do something he's wanted to do since this began. He finally got a full night of restful sleep. Sisyphus has balanced the boulder. That's the whole pun? I finally got it. Because he's the one pushing the boulder up the mountain. And it's the boulder dome. I am so disappointed with myself. And also, fair enough. Touche, Old World Blues. Touche. Right, so what can I tell you to do? The function is beyond... Wait, what? I fixed you! Oh, I bet it's only if you go Goddard that you can actually change what it does. That's the final calculation. Standing Rock took 62 states. True Khans took 28. Canadian People's Front was annexed. That is a terrifying Standing Rock. And yet, I think they still have, yeah, less industry than... In fact, they have half the industry of the NCR. But that might just be because I haven't cored everything yet. They have a lot of coring to do. Well, I guess I get better radar then. Or do digital data links. Or I forget that is actually a tech that I have not yet done because it looks identical. Okay. I wanted to check New Cheyenne even. Ah, I need 20 political power. Let the money roll in. 88k caps per quarter. We're a very wealthy faction now. There's things the Dome does just in the decisions tab. Oh yeah. Task has acts with admin. So it does more political power gain. Less construction, less factory, core creation cost. Industrial, less political, more construction and factory output. Or military, less political, construction, factory, but more planning speed, planning bonus and division org. Or balanced as they are now. That core creation cost reduction sounds phenomenal though. Let's do that. And yeah, you can just switch them around whenever. Cool. And I think once I have the University of Colorado, I'm just going to spend a little while of not doing anything. Although this is kind of nice. I'm gaining 1.8 political power per day while doing a focus.
Hello.
No dividends assigned to you. There should be. Oh, no.
What's up?
Shouldn't. You are in fact assigned down there. You're in the right place. Don't mind. It's me being silly.
What is it? Hey. What's up?
It's annoying that it selects like this, not the actual
What's
symbols.
Honored to speak with you, sir.
Let's
What is
choose you, you,
What's up?
and
Hey.
you. Right, I actually do want to get the claim against Cyphers, so we are going to do that. And then we can let this fight actually start. Settling in, Agnes broke Goddard's rumination. He looked up at her from his new desk within the University of Colorado. As much as one can spare in such sparse environ. For now, University of Colorado was just a name. The facilities are still under construction. Lessons are currently being given in tents and other prefab buildings. The head office within a repurposed ruin was the closest thing to a proper building they had. I'm not sure how much time I'll be spending here, you know. That's alright. Your duties will mostly be administrative. I won't need you to be shackled to this desk all day. Agnes knew Goddard would rather be pursuing some great project. This is about setting up a foundation, a system by which people will teach and be taught. Then, years from now, the university that Dr. Goddard helped build will teach generation after generation, all while looking up at the portrait of its beloved founder. Of course, they hadn't commissioned his portrait yet, but one day that bald head would hang from the wall. You're appealing to my ego, Agnes. Goddard let out a slight chuckle. 25% bonus to electronics. That would have been useful a while ago. But now that I know that there's actually things I can do here, I want to. The rest of the Rockies are ripe for the taking. Conquering its people and securing the mountain passes is a matter of national security. And also being able to take out Ouroboros.
Huzzah!
Actually, there are 2 wings here. I'll take the smaller one. I'll be based here. Western Colorado is right at that border. Okay. Engine overclocking. That was the trucks. And here's the last one. Rubber refinement. Eurobear, thank you very much for the subscription. Welcome to the street. Welcome to the Maudlings. Good to have you joining us. Still a while before we can do that. Now you need the development. Okay, so we build up. Would be a big help. And we're finally getting there with the repairs. Which is nice. So what's left? The robo brains. Yeah. What's needed for that? Maybe that's it. High power optics. That was the robot one, which I don't have yet. Dog City is 100%, so I can core it now. And I would definitely like to. Oh, and we can also make use sporadic outposts. So you don't go over 20, which you don't. How much will it cost? Dog City. 158! Okay. Standing Rock took another 6 states. Man, Standing Rock is super aggressive. Then again, we're about to be. And I think actually taking out the Cyphers is going to work in our favour. It'll open up more of a front against Ouroboros and Diana. I'm just going to use my sheer size against them eventually. 500 units of T-45 power armor. Hello. No. Nope. No political power. Triumph! Old world planning. Max planning plus 10%. Not too shabby. 2.8 political power a day. That's really nice.
What's up?
already. Another day. Are you ready? Not allied to anyone. Aircraft. We're pushing. Oh yeah, the Air Force is hammering them. Hello. A little less this side, but this side, they're proving to be very, very effective. And once we have them pushed back, they'll keep moving. At least with the mechanized units. Stop getting yourself distracted, Mordred. Could always ally the NCR and bring them into the war. Yeah. I mean, yes, I could, but yeah. That's still 3 years ahead of time. Well, let's get the jet attack plane then. The only reason we're able to push this at all is because of their power. Makes a big difference. Definitely need more planes. Basic infantry. Let's do it. Just making more progress down here. The race is on. Special forces versus mechanized. Who can get through faster? So far, it's the special forces. Rubber refinement done. So my mechanized are now as good as they're going to get. Let's get those going so that the demolitions units that they have are better. Speaking of which, I haven't actually been producing any demolitions kit. We should probably make sure we do that. Why do I have 2 lines of monoplane attackers? Swords! Guns! You guys are really stalling out. We're struggling this much against... Well, no, we knew that we would struggle against the Cycles. Guys.
Hello.
You have loads of planning prep still. I think there's just not enough of you. Well, that can be fixed.
An honor to speak with you, sir.
Deploy. Short on. Demo equipment. Yeah, unsurprising. Dog City core. And now. There's no Colorado without Denver. Dog City renamed to Denver. Local population increases by 10,000. Add 3 infrastructure. Click. There we go. We have a capital. It is Denver. Population of 92,000. Pretty nice. And with that, manpower. Whoosh! infrastructure going on. Missed that northern bit, never mind. I think I'm going to keep on just getting political power. Because it turns out that having more cores is a good thing for the manpower thing. Every time it looks like you're about to push here, you then fail. I mean, they've had a long time to build up their resource supplies. We're losing about the same number of troops. They actually have a bigger industry than I do. For the moment. Whether that remains true longer term, we shall find out. How many monoplane attackers do I have? They don't have any aircraft, do they? Maybe they do. I need to get me some fighters. Basic infantry equipment is done. I can get ranger armor. I want to get ranger armor, but I also really want to start trying to get jet fighters. Requires monoplane. Requires biplane. Requires barrage. Why does this require barrage and this doesn't? So does this. I think it's a bug, actually, that triplane doesn't require bomb gliders. Yeah, I think it is. Fine. Losing trucks at an alarming rate. Oh shoot, I want to. They have really good piercing as well.
What is it?
I mean, they're getting a good amount of experience out of it. There is that. NTR declared we're on the Sky Reavers. Digital data links done. So we're working on the aircraft, but the thing I do still want to do is Ranger armor. So that we can get to the veteran armor. Flamethrower. Upgrade the dynamite to that. And then hard attack, hit points, piercing, defense, breakthrough, soft attack. They are losing more than we are, though it's closer than I would like.
Hey.
These enforcers are just ludicrously strong. Does rather look like their biplanes are shooting down. Maybe not. Chaos. Oh, it's green. If they fail to get reinforcements in time, Mr. Machete might actually be able to break through. And then there were two. Reinforcement coming in though. 35. Power armor scavengers attacked. I don't understand how, Dr. Agnes, but our scavengers were attacked. A band of raiders in power armor launched a coordinated strike upon the scavengers and created an epic battle that left dozens dead. The ensuing battle wiped out a nearby village and many of the raiders died, but we had to retreat. Well, should have gotten good experience fighting against power armor guys then, shouldn't you? Provisional Republic of Texas took 15 states. A lot of these guys are growing quite bigly. When zoomed out, there's a location named the Ruins of South Park. Nice. Getting a ton of air experience. Whatever that might happen to be used for. There's an air doctrine. Makes sense that there is. Close air support organization damage. Efficiency. I want whatever does the best cast. That's ground attack. You can switch between these. That's good. Ground attack factor, ground bombing, light aircraft agility, ground attack, air attack, defense, superiority, range, fighter detection, agility. This seems to be anti-air. Ground attack, small bit. Going to the heavier ground attack. Heavy air, light air, ground attack. Then elaborate disruption, deception, production cost. Damage reduction against chaos. Barrage. This is low level. It's one of these two, and I actually kind of think it might be pragmatic. I feel like this is basic air. What's it called? Sophisticated air and conventional. Accidents, attack. I mean, the problem here is all of the ground attack is right at the end. Light air agility is nice. Ground bombing. Max airspeed. Strategic bombing visibility. That was quite nice. Ground attack 5. It's different to ground support. Ground attack 10. They're all different. Ground attack factor 10. Ground bombing targeting 15. Factor 5, so that's factor 15. Agility 20. Factor. So you have a factor of 25%. which is a direct multiplier of whatever the base. There's basically a quarter more ground attack. This is really strong. Damage, definitely. Ground attack factor. Yes. And probably the agility. These two. But hey, we got quite far down the air doctrine. Army spirits. I want rangers lead the way. And for this, experienced soldier loss is really strong. Supply consumption is also quite good. Let's make the speed. We are mechanized after all. There's the barrage balloons. Search the biplane fighter. We're going to get the jet attack planes very, very soon. We do have a bunch more troops ready to deploy. Let's do that. I want to train another 6 of those.
What's up?
For which we will need to choose another motorized commander. Nick Smith actually looks like a pretty decent character for that. I agree. And you want to have Leadfoot and Gunner. Fire team. Motorized. Yes. And then train them. So the Air Force is blitzing through these guys again. And especially now that I've moved all of the Air Force down here, so Salida should eventually fall. The problem here really is the fact that it's just these tiny little choke points. It's just going to be a brutal grind test. But hey, at least we're not straight up losing. Because that would be worse. It's also over a river. Yep, that's true. Get attack planes. Yes, please. I'm one of the few nations that probably has the resources to actually maintain this type of force. What's the difference between those planes, just out of interest? Range has increased, air defense significantly higher, air attack higher, agility a lot higher, naval attack a bit higher, ground attack almost doubled, speed a lot higher, production only slightly higher. Yeah, this is a really good upgrade, except for the fact that it costs composites instead of scrap. Which actually, I often find that countries are low on scrap rather than composites, so I'm okay with this. The other thing we want to take a look at is whether we want to stick with the jet attack plane, or if we want to use one of these other ones. Because the highest ground attack is you. However, you have less range, you have less air attack, more air defense. It's more expensive. No, I think the plane I'm using at the moment is kind of ideal for this situation. You're a carrier plane. Those were smaller. So this is basically long range, more damage, balanced. Balanced is fine. seeing as I have sophisticated air, maybe I should try to get bombers too. Why not? And yeah, we have a lot of we have 25 factories on just building jet attack planes now. Sustained pressure. Take us down. That was... the flamer. Let's go to the incinerator then. Every time I think we're about to push through here, their reinforcements arrive. At least we're grinding up a ton of experience. Including river crossing experience, which is going to be useful. Radical. Dogs do help their attack in the desert. Solid. Go on then, give him dags. You like dags? Actually, what we could do here is make these... No. I was thinking I could give them power armor units. But actually, I don't think that'll work very well. They're actually able to block my attacks. Ranger combat armor. Oh, I don't have the sophisticated special forces yet. Oh. Well, the Ranger armor should definitely help, because I have a bad feeling that the majority of the armor that my Specs Ops guys are using... Oh, they're actually completely out. They have like thousands! Maybe tanks will break through their lines, except then I have to actually get tanks. Right now I don't have.
Fire in the hole!
Yeah, you guys have clearly taken so much damage. It's, yeah, your special forces are attacking us. That's not good. Oh shit.
Come on, give me a reason.
That was almost a disaster. Oh, they're actually counterattacking us now. Somewhat successfully. Let's move. We're right between the different air zones. It's kind of hard to see which is which. Well, if they're determined to attack us, then why don't we let them?
Get some!
Right, go. Where's the one? Where's the one? Case like that.
Yeah? What's up?
Well, it's their turn to start suffering some serious equipment casualties. I think that's the reason I'm being pushed. Because my industry is just not keeping up. Vehicles, yeah, we know that's all been done. Breakthrough, that might be useful. Well, actually, you know what's really going to be useful? More than even breakthrough. Actually doing my damn industry tax, because I kind of... I had so many guns and things in storage, I didn't think I'd need to make any more, but we seem to have lost them all somehow. Even regular old guns we're short on. So what do I have big surpluses in? Support equipment, caravans. That's it, really. But I think part of this has just been me throwing units into the fray. So we need to not do that, and also probably build some military factories, make the most of all of the resources and things we've developed here. Well, let's go! Oh yes, I can do some more air doctrines, thank you. Good. I would like... agility or fighter detection air attack? I should go for this one. Ground attack factor. And air attack max speed, yes please. Okay, air doctrine, fully done. I've done these though. Accident chance would be nice. That also had doctrine cost, which would also have been good. You know what the other thing I need is? Chief of Air Force. Cheaper fighters, sure. I'm able to core things. Because this is gone. NCR declared war on the White Lakes. Biplane fighters. Monoplane fighter. But now I could start building some of those. But we should be absolutely mass producing military factories at this point. Return in triumph, 10% production output, that's really good. Scavenging logistics. Oh, probably because I'm out of power armor. That's slightly irritating. Well, we should be absolutely cutting them to pieces, and we are. Like, if there's anything I really built for is defensive warfare. Especially now that my aircraft are getting into better numbers. We should be getting some fighters. Ejecito Mexicano to 12 states. How's that going? Oh, we basically killed Chichen Itza. Ejecito Mexicano versus NCR would also be kind of scary. Yeah, force attack. How much equipment must they have had? But this is the first time that my industry has really had a chance to get buzzing. So it's kind of interesting to see how they're performing. Use the militia from the above lines to strengthen the defences. If I get pushed back more aggressively, maybe. If they're doing this much damage to special forces, then I think the militia are going to get even more pounded. Bearing in mind I have special forces doctrines. Force attacking, that's going to cost them even more. They are using laser weapons, that's probably why they're actually doing more damage to my armoured units.
What's up?
Boris operative captured again. Right, I do actually have a fighter unit already deployed. Oh, you have a long range. There we go, now we can start pouring some more things. Please do! Industry, don't mind if I do. More industry, don't mind if I do. Still have more factories than I do.
I should make you pay for your crimes.
But we should be getting an absolute ton of experience now. Yeah, we are.
Hey.
We're actually done training. Let's put half of you there.
Yeah?
Half of you there. And let's also change your colour to yellow so I can tell the difference a bit more. This will give us some backup motorized in both of these locations. Aha! Vehicle, soft attack and hard attack. Yes, please. Now, one thing I think I do need to do is set up an airbase here. I do have one in Pueblo City. Let's go up. monoplane fighter. Let's upgrade the biplanes to monoplanes. And continue the research going on to jet fighters. Tactics. Platoon training. More organization. Don't mind if I do. Ejército Mexicano took 37 states after a bloody campaign. Chichen Itza has been pushed all the way from the Yucatan Peninsula by El Ejército Mexicano, with its capital falling earlier today. Bodies of soldiers from both nations' armies covered the landscape around the ziggurat as Ejército Mexicano forces slowly but surely push the front lines deeper into Chichen Itza's territory and ultimately its capital city. The Itzan government extensively drafted any able-bodied men and women to fight off the invaders, hoping in vain that superior numbers would be able to turn the war into their favour. Ejército Mexicano command hopes the capture of the capital would further demoralise already flagging Itzan soldiers. I don't think I've ever seen the game coalescing into such large nations. Like, I thought the NCR versus Legion war was going to be big, but this versus NCR would be huge. Still, your industry is like half of that what the NCR has. Coring, still core everything. Okay, so they've stopped just mindlessly attacking me. Even though they've probably... Ciphers broke my codes. If they attacked now, that could potentially be a bit dangerous. Alright, so the infantry equipment shortage we're overcoming. NCR took 56 states. NCR just got even bigger. NTR's fighting Ouroboros. That's a fight I wish I was involved in. So Ouroboros might actually be able to do a significant amount of damage here. Because they hit so hard. As we saw. Alright, what do we still need? Spec Ops, mostly. Still have enough resources to afford all of this. Standardized tools. Some refined tools. Diana's having to keep a lot of troops on my border. If I wasn't fighting the ciphers, I may take this opportunity. I have far fewer units on this front now. Platoon training. It's the 5% organization. Great. Force defending. They're all force defending. I'm okay with that, because of the sheer amount of damage that my planes are going to be doing right now. Now there's an air battle going on. Oh, I was like, why can't I see what their range is? Because it's all the way out here now. Yeah, range is no longer an issue. There we go, now we're pushing.
What's that? What is it? What is it? Come on!
What?
Allow me to speak with this, sir.
What? The difference that some targeted air power makes. And having guns.
What's that?
See you, Robert. Maybe they ran out of manpower. Damn it. No, they did. Manpower, keep on coring. And occupations, right. I want to make sure that wasteland pacification is my default. So the places that I am now starting to take. It's not shown on the system. Jet fighters, nice. Advanced power systems might be useful. Let's also start producing those jet fighters. They have now lost 10k troops, which is quite the number. Circle Junction has fallen. About to punch out the wall. Taking any air bases yet? Not that range is a particular issue. George's Town's about to fall. Go. Okay, now we're in the offensive. Breaking out of the choke points. That's the important bit.
What is it? What is
Lovely little cut off there. I'm liking it, I'm liking it.
Hey. What's up? Honored to speak with you, sir. I've got one! Uh-huh. What's up?
Am I getting a surplus of aircraft? Yes. Basic drill is done. Let's get mechanized training.
Yeah? Hello. What's up? Hello. Yeah? Uh-huh. What's up?
Spin there. Was there over the summer, in fact? Lost. No, I think I want to save our doctrines for later. However, I do want to do this. Air superiority, max airspeed, experience gain, flight remission, base effectiveness, experience gain, wing experience loss, ground attacks, please.
Honored to speak with you, sir.
Twice in 2 lifetimes. Intense and deadly fighting has ended in the jungle capital of Reynosa. The Provincial Republic of Texas's forces cleared out the robots and conscripted forces from the entrenched positions. Oh, damn. Texas coming in big. Ouroboros is also almost dead. Here.
Yeah? What's up?
Oh, that's the wasteland area, never mind.
Yeah? Yeah?
Keep going.
Honored to speak with
Let's just close up this pocket, shall we? So let me use my ports. Factories. What do I need? Spec Ops kit. Demolitions. I especially need demolitions now. Let's do that then.
What's up? What's up?
Let's just end it. I think our Boris just died. Yes, now it's just Diana left. Oh, and that one? No. Ouroboros never had the time to actually fight me. Well, sod. I'm not going to get that land. Oh, now they have.
Honored to speak with you, sir. Uh-huh. Yeah? What's up? What is it?
Let's go! Who leads Arroyo? Is the hero or the other guy? I'm pretty sure it's the hero, the chosen one. Nope, Dmitry Konstantopoulos. I'm sure Warren still just hasn't done much. Oh, they're still fighting the Crimson Acolytes. Man, that war's been going on a while.
What's up? Hey. Yeah?
Ooh. Bloody hell, NCR. I think they might have some tanks. Just a few of them. They're not dead yet. 98% towards capitulation. Oh, right.
Honored to speak with you, sir.
You have left.
Hey. Yeah? Hey. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I should make you pay for your crimes.
Briggs falls ill. Damn it, Briggs! It's fine. There we go. Well, I definitely want the stuff over here. those bits. That's all I'm gonna get. Well, we got most of the passes at least. It kind of... The border is halfway through the Rockies. And we're going to take out the ciphers, that's for sure.
What is it?
Mechanized training. That's all of those done. Still get some recon going. I could actually get rocket launchers. Right, those are anti-air, aren't they? Yeah. Economic resurgence. Nice.
Hey.
Come on, just finish the war. Concrete. Advanced tools. Alright. I'm feeling a bit better about the size of our nation now. There will at some point be a big showdown between NCR, Texas, Standing Rock. But I have a feeling NCR would win that. Especially as they took down Ouroboros and you saw how much of a problem they had. Or that I had against them. We have a bunch more things to core. Our industry is now no longer terrible at. We have got lots of guns, we've got power armor, we've got spec ops again. And we have planes, lots and lots of... Nope, we have -1 plane. But we have the production to build more. So I think we're in a pretty good spot, especially now that we have our sophisticated air power. That's going to be truly terrifying. And then once we get the sophisticated special forces, we can have our special force upgraded... Sorry, our power armor upgraded special forces to do their thing. But I'm going to call this one done. I've been going for 3.5 hours longer than I intended. So, yeah, cool. Thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button to get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and would like to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. It helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. Otherwise, I will see you next time. I have a feeling I'm busy one of these weekends. I'll double check this next weekend. I think next weekend I'm good. Yeah, next weekend I'm fine. It's the weekend after when things are going to get a bit crazy. But next weekend I'll be here. So we'll play something. To be determined. Unfortunately, I was kind of planning to do... No, that wouldn't have helped. But Bannerlord's expansion War Sales got delayed. So it's not going to be that. Maybe Crusader Kings. Because they have the Nomad update, which I do still want to try. Otherwise, more Graveyard of Empires content. I still kind of want to play the other India paths, in particular. There are things to do. Tainted Grail. Not something I would stream, I don't think. I'm interested in it, it does look really good, but I don't think I would stream it. Pedito and Player from Somewhere, thank you very much for the follows. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining us. Shoshuko mod for Bannerlord. Right, that was the other thing I wanted to do, was the Bannerlord mods. There's the Warhammer one, the Roman one, the Japanese one. Like, there's loads of different Bannerlord mods I actually do want to visit and try. Preferably before the expansion comes out, so maybe that's what we'll do. Remind me on Discord. Speaking of Discord, you can find my Discord thingy-mablobby is here, as well as some other stuff and fancy things, and for those of you on the up tops who don't know what I'm talking about, you can find that in the description below. Anyway, that's it for me. Thanks everyone for watching. I'll see you next time. Until then, bye-bye.